who are not scientifically literate, and it happens amongst people who have not taken the time. Well, most people don't even got the time to understand high level science. So there's a debate in the scientific community. The issue has been already figured out. Yeah, and it's, West Africans figured it out too early in the game. So, go ahead. Okay, I like the energy in the building. Make sure y'all keep that same African pride, African liberation.
So let's get it. Let's get it. Stop. Let's get it.
You be killing me.
All right, so
I want to go around. Y'all want to go around for 2 minutes?
But we're gonna start with that. We're gonna start and
Can everybody want a minute?
It doesn't matter.
Can I make a suggestion?
I need 20 seconds.
Can I make a suggestion? I'm saying, everybody, if you're not talking, you should put on mute because all the noise in the background. You can't hear the person talking. I'm just saying, there's a brother talking and I hear all this other noise, I can't hear him talk.
All right, so everybody get 30 seconds to say if they pro or quo the jab.
Let me start it off. Let me start this off, man. Listen, 20 seconds, that's all I need. If we're about African liberation, we're about African health. And if we're about African health, we need to make an informed decision on our health. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got about 8 people on here. And everybody claiming to be for African liberation. Somebody frauding on this panel. It's gonna be some frauds on this panel. And I'm gonna end it with this. Does anybody have anything, watch this, better than what the white man got for us in the middle? Show your evidence, don't talk me to death, and I'm done.
And you've been doing all the talking. Let's start with the talking and the banter. Let's get to it. My brother want to speak.
Can I ask you a question?
My brother want to speak. No, my brother want to speak. He raised his hand.
I'll say this. I am unproven, man-made inventions. That is asinine, based off the history. Like he said, 1 + 1. We can keep it 1 + 1 all night. The history of this country and manufacturing since the industrial age is that the first batch of anything has bugs. If these people have been our enemies for so long, let's say there's bad batches, and they know where the bad batches are what they are. Where do you think they're gonna send them?
Huh?
If there's bugs there's gonna be bugs. There's a system that they have had in place since they've been using vaccines. I'm not even gonna say I'm anti-vax. You ain't even gotta go there. We can just use the manufacturing process and human logic. If I can't trust the first version of the iPhone, because the first version of the iPhone gonna have bugs in it, if I can't trust my car because it's gonna have recalls, if my house, I gotta get my foundation checked the first year because there's gonna be issues. That's why you have warranties. This is why this system has warranties, because everything is gonna break down. So it doesn't make sense when they went against their own protocol to push something out and force us to get it. That's asinine. Even if you didn't know nothing about Black liberation.
All right.
And I'll pass.
All right. Yeah, he crazy. They passionate too. So, all right.
Yo, Rebel, we didn't hear you. You was on mute. On mute. You're on mute.
Your mic open.
Rebel. Rebel.
Yeah, it is.
Rebel. Yo, I totally agree with that last statement. Whoever want the mic, just grab it.
My mic.
Okay, so let's get it because we got to get to it. We don't have all night. Okay, so like I said, everybody take down notes. Do your own homework. You believe what your discernment tell you. Okay, first thing we're gonna check, a source we're gonna check is called the VAERS, the VAERS vaccine adverse event reporting system. It is connected to the CDC. It is the CDC. It's connected to the CDC's database. Interesting thing I found out about what the VAERS site says. You know, anybody can make a claim that had this, but here's something. VAERS says.
Obasi, real quick. What was the name of the name again? VAERS?
Site VAERS, VAERS. And that is vaccine. That is the vaccine adverse event reporting system. So I'm talking about the adverse effects. All I'm talking about is the adverse effects. Okay. So interesting thing that this site said. VAERS says that the report does not mean that the vaccine caused the health problem. It only means that after the symptoms occurred after you took the vaccine. Okay, so that's one. So
hold on, you said that says that on VAERS?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So can you please read the disclaimer so everybody can follow along with you on the disclaimer so we can be accurate and not assumptive?
Yeah, we want to read with you, brother. We want to learn with you because you just introduced brand new information to the college.
Okay, let's not do that either. Let's not do that either. If we want to run it back, just say repeat that.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Let's be respectful. All right. It does not mean that the vaccine caused the health problem, only that the symptom occurred after the vaccination. Okay. Something else we're gonna look at is what's called, it's an adverse effect. Remember I said I'm only talking about adverse effects. The Guillain-Barré syndrome, GBS. You spell Guillain-Barré, 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 B-A-R-R-E syndrome. What that is, it's a rare autoimmune disorder which causes a person's own immune system damages in nerves, causing muscle weakness and sometimes paralysis, and can cause symptoms to last for a few weeks, several years. Most people fully recover, but some have permanent nerve damage. So that's an adverse effect that we have to do our own mathematics on. All right. So last one, and then okay. This is a New York Times post. You can feel how you want to feel about it. Okay. It is July 12th, 2021. Okay, it says FDA attaches warning of rare nerve syndrome to Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And it reads that the Food and Drug Administration warned on Monday that Johnson & Johnson's corona vaccine can lead to an increased risk of rare neurological condition known as Guillain-Barré syndrome, another setback for vaccines that has largely been sidelined in the United States. Although regulators have found that the chances of developing the conditions are low, they appear to be 3 to 5 times higher among recipients of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine than among the general population in the United States, according to people familiar with the decision. The warning was attached to fact sheets about the vaccine providers and patents. Okay, so we got that. Okay, also now I can keep unloading. So one thing I want to stop. I want to go there. So the reason I read that, now we're gonna have to follow that VAERS site. A lot of other stuff have connections to these adverse effects. One thing we do know that there's an undercount. You have sources of who, and you go check them out for yourself. But I think we have to deal with the adverse effects that's coming behind these jabs. And I yield on that first part. There's more.
Okay,
and
so
we need to build on how we feel about that.
Okay, so I didn't say anything earlier, but I just wanted to get clearance on what you were actually saying. So for your listening audience and the people that are the people that will watch this show, I want to go ahead and provide some clarity for you here. Somebody's mic open or whatever. All right. Okay, so VAERS, VAERS, is a passive reporting system, meaning it relies on individuals to send in reports of their experiences. Anyone can submit a report to VAERS, including parents and patients. Any adverse event listed in VAERS table of reporting events following vaccination that occurs within a specified time period after vaccination. Okay. An adverse event listed by the vaccine manufacturers in contradictions to further doses of the vaccine. I want to give people that. Now I want to give clarity. The VAERS reporting system accepts all reports, including reports of vaccination errors. Guidance on reporting vaccination errors is available if you have any additional questions. Go ahead.
Hey, can y'all unlock the share screen? I want to go right to the website. As African people, reading comprehension is very important and vital for survival against the beast.
I can't share my screen.
Read the documents, then you cannot. You know the pen is mightier than the sword around here. So you got to be able to read documents crystal clear, and that's why they kept reading from us. They kept it from us because they knew if a nigga can't read, I got him. So let's read, because all of us on this, I know we're very intelligent brothers. Very intelligent brothers. All right, so it's unlocked.
Uncle wants to share screens, and it's on. Now the host, whoever created the Zoom, has to enable it for us to share our screen so the people can.
Yeah, somebody's sharing their screen right now.
Yeah, that's Kenwado. He set up the room.
Yeah, Kenwado.
He set it up, but he got it today.
Yeah, let's just do the so we can spread the sheen so the brothers can see it.
All right, so y'all about to, before y'all shoot at the website, let me just tell you what I found earlier. AstraZeneca, right? Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and Moderna, right? That's the four companies that do the COVID shots, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In Denmark, they're discontinuing it in Denmark. So only people 60 and over. The U.S. urges pause for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Y'all could shoot at this when y'all want. The adverse effects, forget it. Yo, explain this to me, young. What is mRNA?
Nah, yeah. First, no. Don't, no.
Hold on.
Deal with the first part first.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we moving too fast. I need to be able to share my screen. This is what we can't do. This ain't the corner on Solid TV.
Man, just go, man. It's saying it reports adverse effects, and I said one of the cases on video.
You can share your screen. You can share your screen.
Because I know I can be the rudest person on the panel. I ain't trying to do that. I'm trying to help brothers out. I don't know everything, but this is your VAERS. Here you go, the VAERS. This is the actual website. And just
share yours.
So what we do is we go to the disclaimer. I mean, you gotta listen to the website.
Hold on, you're not sharing.
I am sharing.
We can't see it.
Yeah, they both sharing. You gotta go to view options and switch to Ankh. Kenwardo, stop sharing your screen.
Switch it to Ankh joint. Water.
Okay. I gotta challenge you on that one quick statement, my brother, because I don't have to listen to the website. So I gotta establish right there, I am a free living being. I don't have to listen to nothing to nobody on this planet. My decision is mine.
Can y'all see my screen? Because y'all wilding right now, yo.
Yeah, we see it.
How we gonna say we ain't gonna listen to the website, but yet use the website? Then don't nobody use the website then. I don't want to hear nobody use the VAERS website. If we're gonna stop reading at the most important parts, that makes no sense to me. Come on, fellas, we working together on this.
Come on, man.
This is the disclaimer. The disclaimer clearly says VAERS accepts reports of adverse events and reactions that occur following vaccines. Healthcare providers, vaccine manufacturers, and the public can submit reports to the system. While very important in monitoring vaccine safety, VAERS reports alone not to be used to determine if a vaccine caused or contributed to an adverse event or illness, which the brother just did. It said the report may contain information that is incomplete, inaccurate, coincidental, or unreliable. In large part, reports to VAERS are voluntary, which means they are subject to bias. This creates specific limitations on how the data can be used scientifically. Data from VAERS reports should always be interpreted with these limitations in mind. Okay. So now we read the disclaimer, right? Nobody can use this report to say, yo, this many people died. We can't do that, man. We gotta be able to comprehend. We're very intelligent, and we all care about African people. A person don't care if somebody take. Hold on, I'm gonna finish up, bro. Personally, I don't give 3 flying fucks if anybody take the vaccine. You know what I really care about? I care about if we make informed decisions. How do you make an informed decision? If we're trying to make a decision on whether we want to fly on a plane, and another nigga would say, yo, planes crash every day. And I say, no, planes are actually the safest thing used in transportation. They're actually more safe than driving a car. Thousands of people die a day in car accidents. If I say that, you can't say, no, planes crash every day. Now the person trying to get on the plane, they can't even make an informed decision because of disinformation. Disinformation means wrong information purposely promoted. That's my job, to stop disinformation. Not, I don't give a fuck if y'all niggas take a vaccine. Go take some elderberries and some motherfucking, Rebel know me, I'll sit back and laugh at the nigga. He fuck around and die with the
hold on, Abasi, because you made 2 points. You entered in the conversation 2 things, and we need to address those because you're recording the stream, and if we leave those untapped, then we just washed over it. So hold on, Abasi.
But I'm saying, brother, it's unnecessary banter. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, so we just wanted to give credence to the clearance of the disclaimer of VAERS. It's clearly telling us what it is. All right. Now
and remember what I said. That's just one part. So
yeah, we'll deal with the rest. We'll deal with the rest.
VAERS is how come a lot more information that we're not hearing. Cut me off, bro. You cut me off, man. Why I'm using VAERS is because this is where we're supposed to be reporting these things too. People are reporting these adverse effects. Why aren't these adverse effects being talked about in the media?
Abasi.
That's why I brought that up.
Okay, so to answer your question, now.
So if we can keep going, like I said, we have to have a roundtable on what it is. But
yeah, but I don't want us to get things lost for the people. I don't want us to get things lost for the people, right? We're doing this for our people. So if we're in this for our people, we can't say something and then just brush over it. That's why I'm saying let us kind of comb through what's being said so we can give it clarity so no one is uninformed about what you brought up.
About the adverse effect.
All right. So listen, you asked the question and you wanted to know. So I just want to give credence.
Okay.
I just want to give credence to what you asked, brother. Now you asked why these reports. Do you know how to pull up a VAERS report to verify if the report is authentic or false? That's a yes or no.
Abasi, you frozen.
Yeah. And when he finished, I want to state my position.
Of course.
You said you do?
Of course, and I'm only dealing with adverse effects.
Okay, so can you pull? I ain't trying to draw this out, y'all. I promise I'm not.
No, I got this. I got this. Bossy, you break it up. You're breaking up.
What's the point, man? I'm talking about
in the black hole, in the vaccine black hole, yo, give him.
Bossy, you breaking up, man.
Breaking up, man. Breaking up.
Yeah, you freezing up.
You might want to leave. Send them another invite.
Send an invite. Hey, somebody can speak up.
Hold on. Before you go, Knowledge Born. Before you go.
Reboot.
Yeah, before you go, Knowledge Born, I just want to. I want to give it up. He asked a good question. He asked a good question. His question was, where are the reports from all the people that's reporting these adverse effects? Okay, it goes into a reporting system, but VAERS is not the only reporting system. You can report using the vSafe app. The hospital has a database. They enter in any adverse reactions or effects in the hospital things. All of that stuff is reported. They gauge the reporting to investigate the causes and effects. Then he brought up the Guillain-Barré syndrome. Okay. Now, I don't know if anyone is familiar with the Guillain-Barré syndrome, but since he brought it up, the Guillain-Barré syndrome it affects 6,000 people a year. Before COVID, it was already affecting 6,000 people a year. So what credence does it have in this particular conversation? Well, according to CDC and FDA monitoring reports of Guillain-Barré syndrome in people who have received, he brought up Johnson & Johnson, which is the Janssen shot. GBS is a rare disorder where the body's immune system damages the nerve cells, causing muscle weakness and sometimes paralysis. Most people fully recover from GBS, but some have permanent nerve damage. After more than 14.7 million people received the vaccine, there have been around 201 preliminary reports. Now, I just told you that 6,000 people a year report Guillain-Barré syndrome before COVID. But in the era of vaccines, which he brought up Johnson & Johnson, with 14.7 million people administered this vaccine, they only had 201 cases. That is far less than what they see naturally in the world from Guillain-Barré. And these are the things that we have to give clarity on, because we have people that'll say something and throw things out and then don't deal with the data. So again, this causes 6,000 hospitalizations each year. We only had 201 cases where this even came up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where's that on the screen share, though? Where's that on the screen share?
I can't share.
I like to ask that as the first question.
Okay, so that's easy. Hold on. Can you share your screen and bring up the report for them, please? Can you share your screen and bring it up?
And then I'd like to say afterwards, this has no validity to the subject.
It does, because he brought it up. Abbasi brought it up.
No, I know. Let me finish my statement, brother. And I'll explain to you why I say this has no validity to the statement.
So I don't need to show,
brother. Can I finish my statement? Thank you, my brother.
No,
okay.
I don't need to show this though, right?
It is hilarious.
Bring up Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Some clowns.
Just bring up the Guillain-Barré syndrome. You can bring it up. That's fine.
Why people gotta be clowns, bro?
The first argument that was implied by the brother Ankh and the brother Shawn, that because the VAERS, which is the first thing Abbasi brought up, he didn't finish his whole point. He said he had a lot more. So he honestly could have been bringing up the other measures that they report from. So he never even finished that. So he said he had more. But implying that their disclaimer saying that they don't verify every report is like almost saying like, okay, therefore that means most of it's a lie. Like that's kind of like a around the way statement. We're talking about, should our people as a mass take the vaccine under the conditions that are being given to our people today. Not whether this one disease and 200 more people. See, this is how we end up playing games and wasting the whole time. Because we want to pick apart every little dumb point. No, we're talking about the masses. We got millions of people in our country, in our nation. We need to figure out, should we all be taking this or not?
Okay.
Y'all brought it up. Y'all brought it up. I'm only addressing it. Can you see my screen? Can you see
I didn't finish.
Tom, relax.
That's an old argument tactic. That's an argument
that's
tactic.
not an old argument tactic.
To distract the opponent.
We got
distract the opponent. Okay, bro, come on.
So let me build on that. Let me build on that. Push the envelope.
Abasia, hold on, bro.
No, don't do my name like that, bro.
No, hold on for a minute, yo. Relax, yo. You doing way too much, yo.
No. You doing too much. We ain't gonna be doing no
Relax. We're on the same team. Everybody.
Nobody's name. None of that on this platform.
Rebecca, how you say your name, brother? You just was speaking, brother? You muted up.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna disrespect nobody's name on this platform.
I hear what you. What is it again, brother?
Mahai.
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 Mahai. Okay, so listen. We don't want to be too intelligent like this. I'm saying is you breaking down. All we simply saying is that white people have weaponized this website against the community. That's all I'm saying. And
I'm not talking about that.
Obasi, hold up, let him speak, Obasi.
You fucking frustrating the hell out of me right now, dog. I'm gonna let you talk, dude. Say everything you want to say. Since you're the most intelligent motherfucker in here, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Now you kill us with all kind of information and make sure you explain the shit right. Cause I'm gonna come for your head. Cause I ain't trying to debate you, bro. Go ahead and talk.
Yes, nigga, that's what the fuck you is.
Whoa.
All right, let's go. We ain't gonna do that. Let's go, cause we gonna do that.
Who said what though? Who just?
Let's go. We're not gonna do that.
Brothers. We've been in this. Let's take a 10-second. Everybody mute. Come on, dog. I know. Everybody in here beats, bro.
Everybody is we grown, man. All of us know we ain't tripping. But Abasi gonna fuck the whole thing up. I don't care what y'all say. He's not clear on what he's talking about. If y'all gonna let him run the motherfucker, then let me just mute out and let him confuse everybody. And I'll do
it. Can I do that? Yeah. Okay. Well, let me confuse people. Can I go with my next point?
Explaining how this website is weaponized against us. We might want to.
And Obama, can I jump
Don't
in
do
here,
that, man. Okay, go ahead. Do your thing.
I'm trying to say that Europeans, they misuse the website. So if you got like 6,000 deaths on here, the truth is it's not 6,000 deaths. You can get a nigga from Baltimore drunk on heroin and drinking wine can call in. You can get a crack doctor call in. You can get anti-vaxxers plug the website up. This nigga, please, yo, you funny about it.
Crazy. Can we continue? Because this is about information for people.
Listen, we got all the time in the world. We could do 3 these, bro.
No, I'm not gonna do this all night because I'm out of here when the time up.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm simply trying to let the brothers know our open enemy used the like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He don't give a fuck about y'all niggas. The whole anti-vax movement, group of white people don't give 3 flying fucks about none of us. They don't care about the red, black, or the fucking green. So I'm simply saying that website is weaponized against those who have not read that goddamn disclaimer. So Abasi, go.
Right. Hey, hold on.
Hey, fellas, everybody should go. Can't go at one time. Whoever's gonna go, you know what I'm saying? You guys take like 1 or 2 minutes, explain your point, then you let the other person go. We gotta have some order, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep.
We want to talk the whole time. We want to step up.
Because right now is a debate between 2 brothers.
No, don't do me like that.
All right, yo.
You confused like a motherfucker. But go ahead, let me Shabazz, because I know all y'all niggas are super sharp niggas. Where y'all get Abasi from? I'm gonna pick out the weak link on the panel. That's him. Why is he talking the most? I want to hear from y'all, bro.
Hey, hold on, bro. You ain't finna get my bro like that. Hold on, bro. You ain't finna get my bro like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's my bro.
Don't worry about that. Let's continue. This is part of the argue. Like, this is a part. Can we just continue without talking points?
Are we gonna reason?
Let's go.
Argue.
Oh, Bossy, go ahead. 2 minutes. Go ahead, Bossy.
Hold
2
on,
minutes.
hold on. Before Bossy, hold on. Before Bossy get on, we gonna reason. Let's just reason one at a time. Because right now, to be honest with you, I'm a little confused about what the hell's going on. So I'm gonna state my position I'm gonna state my position on that question, and I'm gonna sit back. First of all, I believe they create this shit to kill black people. That's number one. Number two, because I got my notes right here. If you read Memorandum 200 by Henry Kissinger, who stated that the number one threat to the security of the United States is the overpopulation of the third world. All right? So my position is like, fuck that vaccine. You can't trust these devils, whatever they fucking do. And people gonna decide for what they're gonna decide with. But again, this shit like AIDS, this shit like Ebola, you know what I'm saying? They've been working on this shit. In fact, they got a patent on the coronavirus since from the 90s. So again, I don't know what all of y'all position is, but me, I say fuck that, because we can't trust them. They got with their history alone. How we gonna trust anything that come out their fucking mouth? And that little gremlin Fauci getting up there talking all that shit. So if we, and we got books, we got medical apartheid, acres of skin, death by injection, giving us all this information on how they're doing this germ warfare. So again, I say no, and the information that they put out there, if it's coming from them, we got to be skeptical, because again, they put shit out there for people to do a temperature, to see what people are thinking and shit like that. How they gonna come at us and shit like that. So again, I don't know what all of y'all position is, but my position is like they create this shit to kill people, because this is real deep, because this shit is connected to capitalism and how all that shit, how the world is getting restructured. You know what I'm saying? So that's I yield. That's where I'm at. Fuck that.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Now, fuck them devils, man. You can't trust these devils for nothing. Motherfuckers coming on TV. You know how many people die from all these other diseases, and all of a sudden they care about people? Talk about, oh, we got this because we care about you? Really? Really? What history do they got doing us right? What history do we got? And then they send black people, the black bourgeoisie, the boule, to put that shit into to talk to black people the same way they sent that black nurse when they did the Tuskegee experiments. They send black people to tell black people, you should take this shit.
Explain that to
you know what? You know what the best vaccine is? Good food, exercise, and some herbs.
Like the Egyptians did and got wiped the fuck out, but you're right.
Hell yeah, man. Like I said, look, they did with the smallpox, with the blankets. That's where they started that shit from way back then. And once, in fact, if you go on, bring this up, Operation Paperclip, when the American government, the CIA, recruited all these Nazi scientists to come into work to the CIA because they were more advanced in biological warfare. And they brought them here and they came here to work, the United States government. So you think that they've been working on this forever, man? Like, put it this way, I said this before in the last thing. My pops told me the devil is on this post 25 hours a day. He don't sleep. He's always plotting because he knows one thing. He is genetic recessive, and he's trying to stay alive, and he's trying to survive. So he gonna do whatever it takes to wipe out as many of us as he could. AIDS wasn't. You mentioned
the Native Americans and how the Europeans with smallpox. You know what I agree with? Can I ask you a question on Shabazz?
Yes, sir.
The Native Americans had herbs, didn't they?
No, I'm just saying that. Okay, what it was is that.
They had their own traditional medicine. They had herbs. This is pre-industrial age, so it wasn't no chemicals in the water. They had pure food. No white people was growing their food for them. So can I ask you a question? How the fuck was how the smallpox wipe them out? They could have took some good fucking herbs, right?
I can tell you how.
It's a good question. It's a good question. Hold on, real quick, brother. The reason that was is because the body, the native people, they didn't have any defense mechanism against those diseases because they never experienced that. They never had syphilis and gonorrhea and smallpox. So when they came,
that's not true.
They didn't have no defense mechanism against that.
You don't believe in evolution, Shabazz. Stop it. You don't believe in evolution.
Hey, Shabazz, I just want to slide this in for you, brother.
Right.
The remech, because that's what they're called, the remech, already had they dealt with smallpox thousands upon thousands of years ago. We have cases of that. The remech, who you call the Egyptians. Who you call the Egyptians, their name is the remech. They come from the tears of Ra. That's what that means. That's what they say in their mythology. Also, I want to throw this out. Since we're talking about Africa, all right? The Akan, the Yoruba. I hope y'all writing this down. The Akan, the Yoruba, the Nupe, and also in Benin. All right, they all have deities, smallpox deities, and they all were familiar with inoculations. So what I'm trying to say is what Ankh is going to get into in a few. The basis of modern vaccinations today comes from the intelligence of Africans. So this whole notion of they're trying to kill us, there's no way in the world would I empower another man over me with the knowledge that I know where it comes from, the origin of it all. If I know that knowledge, then I never make the ignorant claim that they're trying to kill us. No, they're trying to survive, bro. They are trying to outlive and beat nature. Their whole getup is about going against nature from day one. And what would help them be able to advance life? When viruses been here. All these, you thinking that was created in labs and all of that is irrelevant. Viruses have been here. Viruses have been here since day one. I'm not done. I sat here quiet and listened to everybody. I sat here quiet and listened to, bro. I never interrupted you, me. I never interrupted you, bro. I know I didn't. I ain't said nothing. I've been quiet. I'm giving y'all real facts. I don't know what you're giving. I'm giving facts.
Hey, Shawn,
my brother, you relax. Come on, my brother.
Yeah, we yield the floor. Go ahead. Hey, come on, yo. We got the thermonuclear weapons. Don't let them escape with the argument shit. Be quiet, Shawn. Come on. Go for it, bro.
I gotta say something because this trickology, this trick logic that's being used, and I say that, and I'll explain why. This is the second example of trick logic. The first example was implying that because the Bayer's website says that all of the not all of the reports are verified, therefore implies that everybody on there's lying.
Never said that.
Trickology. Yes, that's exactly what you said. You said people in there smoking crack, people in there shooting up, people doing this. So you implied that the people on there are lying simply because
nobody said that they were lying. No,
let me finish my statement, my brother.
It's incorrect. Why would I let you finish? No, you cut me off. You cut me off, though, bro.
No, my brother.
You cut me off. I never interrupted you.
You just said you were going to.
I never interrupted you, but you cut me off, and now you're lying. You're lying now. Yes, you are. You're implying. Listen, theirs takes information from anyone.
Theirs takes. Brother gave the example.
He was using. Yes, just an example. Don't take it literal, bro.
Then why didn't he give examples of people telling the truth? This is trick logic.
How do you know they're telling the truth? How do you know? How do you know? How can prove it to us that you know that they're telling the truth?
Brother, see, this is the game.
I can show you.
I can show you. This is the game y'all always do.
I can show you.
Cut somebody off.
Demonstration beats conversation. Black lives are on the line. Black lives are on the line, yo.
I've been ready, bro. I watched y'all for a long time, bro. Yeah, let me build, bro. Let me build, bro. Y'all came here to build. Let somebody.
Oh, I forgot. Y'all trying to listen. My bad.
Trick logic.
I straight, as y'all can see, I hit the mute button. I forgot that y'all can't actually hear what's going on unless my volume is playing. So I apologize for muting it out because I was about to sit here and not let y'all hear nothing.
The disclaimer says not all of the reports are verified exactly, therefore they must be lying. And Ankh's and Brother Ankh's examples, all of his examples were people lying and doing things incorrect. So therefore,
I want to go again, you bro.
Okay, so that was the first point. Now, the second point that we're talking about right here, when I talk about excuse me, man, I need some water. But I was talking about the point of darn it, I lost my point. See, this is why we don't need to argue with each other.
Yeah,
somebody.
Well, y'all did hear I thought y'all was gonna all talk about what y'all had instead of the vaccine. I thought we was gonna give the community something to start out with. You can't fight against the cure. Make up your own.
No, we can't. But see, there's.
I might believe you if you can give me.
But here's the simple logic. The simple logic is you can't say, now I remember my point. The brother Shawn brought up the fact that our ancestors invented inoculation.
Yes.
Very true.
Yes.
Per that logic, we should be Christians then, because our ancestors invented religion.
No.
Because see, here's the thing. No, here's the logic that here's my point.
Not the logic. No, they invented. No, they invented. Listen, come on, bro. Listen, watch this. They invented inoculation, but they were the masters of herbs. None of y'all niggas on here are masters of herbs. West Africa. Listen.
We're not saying that though.
Listen.
We're not saying we're masters of herbs. You're saying you're a master of vaccines.
No, listen.
Right?
That's Africans.
Why do I have to be a master of herbs? Are you a master of vaccines?
Listen,
you declaring that you must be the standard. You must
listen, if you want to win, yo, you can definitely out-talk me. I want you to catch the logic in what you said.
Yo, can I go?
Let them finish.
Hey, yo, Rebel, check this
I'm
out.
trying to get in for the longest, bro.
Hold on, about it real quick. Can we take a poll? Like, is anybody on this thing pro-vaccine? That they telling our people we should take it? Is anybody taking that position right now?
Yeah, two of us.
That's true.
Who?
I'm getting Shawn.
Shawn is saying that we should take it?
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on. So Shawn is saying that we should take it, right?
Correct.
Okay, who's the other person?
Ankh.
No, I'm pro-science. I'm pro-science like our ancestors. Our ancestors.
Okay, no.
I'm pro-shit. Hold on, bro. Wait, bro. Listen, do you not realize? Y'all just derailed me saying that the people who mastered herbs.
We're getting off though.
Invented inoculation.
This is the same thing I just said. Pick out minute points to divert the conversation. I deal with logic, bro. I know how arguments go, bro. I see the game, bro. You know what I'm saying? You a lightweight star on the internet, bro. I don't watch you. I know how you get down.
Hold on. Why are we going all the way about what Egyptians invented or not?
No,
exactly.
Exactly.
No, let everybody get their point out.
I'm gonna mute. My bad, y'all.
One by one.
Shabazz. I was in the middle of explaining something, Shabazz. And I'll just shut up for the rest of the conversation. So just because our ancestors invented inoculation don't mean that the European shit is safe. I never said that. That wasn't why I was saying it. I was simply, Shabazz, I was simply saying.
Goes up.
Yeah, I won't get froze.
He rose up. Okay.
Listen, man. Listen.
I gotta go, man.
The reason why.
Right now.
I'm just trying to fill in the blank for Ankh, yo. Shabazz. The reason why the conversation is being had is because people are unlearned on the subject matter of science. When it comes to science, they give credence to everything else, but never the science. Science requires you to know and to do. And in this conversation of whether to vaccinate or not, we have to slow it all the way down because it's about the immune system and an immune response. So the whole time that I interjected and I said that inoculations come from our ancestors, I am specifically saying that they learned of this via West Africans. The people that was here in the Americas learned of this due to West Africans, because you brought smallpox into the conversation. Smallpox got here.
Okay, all right, Brother Shawn. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to see if we could just kind of like all of us take a little breath. So we got Brother Shawn, and who else said that that's pro-vaccine, that we should take it?
It's Ankh and Shawn, Shabazz.
Just Shawn?
God Killer and Shawn.
God
Killer. Rock Squad brothers, man.
Okay. Now the thing is this, like, okay. Now my question is this, so we can make it like a little bit more simple.
Hold
on, you cut off.
Hold on.
No, go ahead. Just make sure I get back to that point. I think we can get.
I mean, if I can't get
my screen froze up.
I'm just trying to look. I'm just trying to make this. If you just let me talk for 2 seconds, I'm just trying to make this a little simple. Okay. Two people would say that they pro-vaccine, right? So my question is this: if that's your position, my question is, so basically you're telling us that you trust the people who made this vaccine and is pushing it.
Of course not, Shabazz. That's
okay. No. I don't. I ask you who, if you think that we should take this vaccine, yes or no? Simple question.
I'm saying no. That's why I asked y'all for an alternative.
Okay, what I'm saying is, no. Let's just hold on. Back it up.
Do you get that?
No. Okay. The question is simple. Do you feel that we should tell our people that they should take the vaccine? Yes or no?
In the face of not having anything else.
Just yes or no?
Yes, in the face.
Okay.
I'm just saying we're faced.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you talk.
Shabazz.
I'm gonna let you talk, but you gotta let me finish. I just asked a question. I'm just trying, brother. Don't disrespect. Listen, I want you to talk. Because what I'm saying, I want to hear you straight up on the real talk. So okay, so that's your position. So what I'm saying is that to take that position, that means that you are telling our people that we should trust in those people who create this vaccine. That we should just take it. Correct?
And I'm saying that's not correct.
Okay, then you explain to me that.
So I was trying to make the point earlier before my screen froze up that our ancestors had mastered herbs. The Egyptians were masters of herbs. The West African developed a whole religion around herbs. So the question is, when they was faced with infectious diseases like viruses, why in the fuck didn't they keep using the herbs? There's a simple reason for that. They're human beings under pressure. What's the pressure? The fucking invisible virus. Put pressure on their culture, where they realized that their babies was dying and their mothers and fathers was dying, and the medicine man didn't have shit to work. So they did what intelligent people do. They figured this shit out. What did they figure out? Inoculation, bro. Fight the pathogen with the pathogen. That's all I'm saying. So hold on. I'm not saying go take a fucking vaccine. I keep telling y'all that. I'm saying let's fix the inflammation that got y'all niggas shaking in y'all fucking boots over a vaccine, and all y'all already fucking vaccinated anyway. That's the funny part about the issue. Everybody been vaccinated. Mick, you lie. You lie.
Me?
Okay.
I took the vaccine.
Okay, how many people been vaccinated in their lifetime when they was born as babies? Raise your hand. One.
I ain't had no choice in that. We talking about.
Where you at?
Can't I go, man? Like I haven't said nothing, man. We just
vaccinated, right? Hold on. Oh, we know you ain't been vaccinated. You've been eating gooch all your life. I got it.
About it.
Shoot.
Can everybody please, Mike? Can everybody please mute their mic? Everybody and one person speak at a time.
Go ahead, Obama. You're not talking.
Every time I start something else, we're not addressing what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about nothing. Let me set the table further. I'm not, when it comes to vaccines, I am not talking about what my ancestors created, where it came. I am talking about this right now in real time, what our people are faced with right now, today. We're not talking about Kemet right now. We're talking about the adverse effects of this COVID thing. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about what y'all are trying to talk about. We're talking about adverse effects of which you tell people to take this. This is what we're talking about. We're not talking about all that.
Can you tell me? Can you explain? Can you explain to us what an adverse effect is?
Hold on, let me talk. Hold on, let me do this. Let me talk, or I'm gonna bounce, Ken, because this is not right. We're not letting it go fair. We let them do all this talking.
You're right about.
I'm talking about the adverse effect.
Explain what it is
of this COVID. I'm not talking about nothing that can. Hold on. I'm talking about this COVID. I'm talking about this. Should we put this? Do we have a choice with this? We got to get real. So, what I was talking about with the Gideon Beret, if we can be quiet to listen, and it is April 5th, 2021. This video is as recent as April 5th, 2021. And please provide resources. This is a YouTube. You can feel about how you want it and pick it apart because I know this way it's going to go. But we have to listen to the adverse effects of this. Not no 7th, 18th century vaccine. This. Listen.
Central and keep you up to date on the research, the appointments, and the side effects. We have a Vaccine Central team gathering all the information for you. I'll throw her next here tonight with this one phase.
Bro, your audio is bad.
So this was you got the berets a few weeks after the COVID-19. I spoke to
you. Is it just
you to know and what doctors say.
Yeah, bro, that audio is bro. We can't hear or see nothing.
You gotta get some internet, yo. You got the dial up, yo.
I had to pick him.
We can't
hear it, Obama. It's breaking up.
White became extremely weak.
Okay, it's better.
You can't hear it?
No, Bossy, you got the dial up, yo.
Don't interrupt. I will do something else. Do not interrupt. Do not cause dysfunction.
Right, how you doing, Bossy? You know I ain't seen you since you been at the store, yo. How you doing, though, bro?
This not that time. We serious right now, bro.
All right.
Send it to Ken Waldo. He might could play it.
It's in Ken's inbox. That video of that team. That is from
who? Who the person? Who the white person you about to show us?
It doesn't matter. See, let's stop projecting. Can we stop projecting? And what I want y'all to do is provide evidence on adverse effects. Don't go off to doing all of that. And I'm asking to play the video loud. If you can't hear it, I will hook you.
Trust white people. I don't trust white people. Don't
you
show
took the vaccine. You're pushing the white man's vaccine. So what you mean you don't trust them? But that's not what it's about. It's about adverse effects.
It's about I'm telling you, I don't believe them.
Come on, hey man, I gotta say, bro, come on, y'all.
What's an adverse effect? What's an adverse effect?
It's too serious for y'all to play these games, my brother. Come on.
It is, man.
Come on, bro. This game, this is too serious for this.
What is an adverse effect? Do your audience know what an adverse effect is?
See, that's what we're doing. See, you see how we're doing? Now, listen.
I'm asking a very serious question.
I'm saying listen to what's being told about the adverse effect.
Can we define what it is first before we listen to it so the audience can learn, bro? How y'all gonna say learn from everything and then we take the learning experience away from people?
Too much jumping. Can you hear this?
Vaccine Central. What the hell is that, man?
Can you hear this? Stop playing. Listen.
We can hear it.
Research, the appointments, and the side effects. We have a Vaccine Central team gathering all the information for you. Health reporter Haley Hernandez here tonight with the struggles one teen faced after getting the vaccine. Haley? Yeah, so this Woodlands teenager says he got the very rare Guillain-Barré syndrome a few weeks after his first dose of the COVID vaccine. I spoke to him today about what he wants you to know and what doctors have to say. Wyatt McGlon says he's a busy, healthy high school senior, and because of his part-time job, he was eligible for the COVID vaccine in early March.
I wanted to get the vaccine, just I felt like it was the right thing to do. I wanted to travel and enjoy my last summer before college.
But then something bad happened.
I had to pick him up, my 6'3", completely healthy boy.
Wyatt became extremely weak and had difficulty walking. At the hospital, he was told he has Guillain-Barré, an extremely rare syndrome that he says must be caused by his vaccine.
Hey, I just knew, like something didn't feel right. It wasn't getting any better.
While the NIH says of the millions of doses of COVID vaccines given, there has been one reported case of Guillain-Barré in an 82-year-old woman. Dr. Charles Sims, Montgomery County Health Authority and infectious disease doctor from the Woodlands, says it is more often caused by a viral or bacterial infection, and he can't say that the vaccine is.
There have been cases of Guillain-Barré seen, and people have received the vaccine, but they're not at a higher rate than people who have not received the vaccine. Guillain-Barré is seen in about 1 to 2 per million people per year.
Therefore, the doctor says this could be just a coincidence. Wyatt's parents say they're not trying to deter anyone from getting the vaccine, but they do want others to recognize if this happens to them.
Do your research. Not that the vaccines are a bad idea or bad thing or anything, but it's a personal choice. Listen to your body. This is the biggest thing that I've learned.
Dr. Sim says if these...
Now, the reason I played that is because... Say what?
They said take the vaccine. And then you show me some white people. The vaccine seem to be working good.
Man, you know what? This too silly. It's silly, man.
I share that moment.
Come on, brother.
Now, hold on. We have a World Health Organization.
Yo, you just showed us white people getting beat up by the vaccine, yo. What up for outside, my brother?
Listen, on this is World Health Organization. This is July 26, 2021.
All we need is common sense. We don't need no other bullshit. It's common sense.
Okay, exactly. But we have to listen to what's happening with these people. Okay, statement of WHO, Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety, COVID-19 Subcommittee on Reports of Guillain-Barré Syndrome following the adenovirus vector COVID vaccine. On 13th and 20th of July 2021, COVID Subcommittee of WHO, the Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety, met virtually to discuss rare reports of the GBS, following what also one of them. Both are an adenovirus platform as their backbone. GBS is a rare immune disorder that results in muscle weakness, pain, numbness, and on more severe cases, paralysis. GBS could result from different causes, including infections, and occur more frequently in males and persons over 50 years old. More causes may coincidentally be following the vaccination. It just happened as I went back to my favorite statement. It just happened to happen after you took the vaccine. Causes may occur gently following vaccination. For example, rare cases of GBS have been observed following seasonal influenza vaccines and vaccines to protect against shingles. But it is not known if the vaccine causes GBS. Again, there's that confusion. A systematic review.
What exactly are we arguing?
And what are you doing, man? You talk. What's your point you proving? Yo, you showed us a white person getting beat up by the vaccine. We said they came from the caves, yo. You just said it. So they just beating them up.
That's what I'm saying. What are we arguing? What are we arguing? What exactly are we arguing?
I don't know. Ask your man. He shows white people getting beat up. Y'all just said y'all don't even care about white people. And he's showing.
What we are arguing is the fact that the common sense of the average melanated person
you can't understand
not to trust their enemy. By the way, I'm gonna make a statement, and I ain't gonna stop talking. So I'm gonna say my statement. So my point is that the topic tonight is that our people have common sense to know not to trust their enemy, not trust their enemy, and take this vaccine. We got people using the code of science to trick our people and use all these big words to try and trick them into thinking that this science got their back. This is disingenuous. I doubt if either one of these brothers actually got the vaccine. They up here just playing. This is the reality. Y'all know darn well, y'all brothers are intelligent enough. You brothers are intelligent enough, and I respect y'all minds enough to call you out and say you are BSing in life. You know darn well this stuff is not good. It don't make sense. I ask you.
Can you see my screen? Can you see me, brother? Can you see me?
No, wait.
No. I need you to look at me. I need you to look at me. No. I need you to look at me. No, look at me. Look at me. This is my vaccine card. Don't ever say I'm lying. Don't ever say I'm lying. No. Don't ever say I'm lying. Don't ever say I'm lying. I'm gonna stand up for black people more than you. I'm gonna fight for my people. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna live a lie for my people. I'm gonna fight.
You this one question.
You can't ask me. You ain't even defined nothing.
One question. I don't need to define nothing.
Yeah, you do. If you gonna educate black people, bro, you gotta define it. Stand on something.
That's your standard.
Okay.
That's your standard. Let me speak, and then I will.
You've been speaking, man. Keep going.
Then stop. It's called respect. You old enough to understand it.
Nah,
we ain't gonna do this.
Nah.
We ain't gonna do this. So what
I respect people that mislead people.
I'm gonna ask you this, and I would respect and expect a clear and concise answer for myself, the other members on the panel, and the audience that is going to watch this. Now, since you got it and you are telling our people to get it, and you are saying that it is best for us, I would like you to break down the ingredient list of the particular vaccines you got and tell me how every single ingredient is beneficial for our people. Now, I'll explain to you why I'm asking you this. This is the same reason and logic that we give our people when it comes to everything else that they. Let me finish my statement. Let me finish. That don't matter. Let me finish my statement. I don't care. I'm going to finish my statement. So what I'm saying is, because this is how we've taught our people to think. Anything that they put in their body, they should look at the ingredient list, understand the ingredient list, and make the proper decision.
Same thing with food, right?
You've already done that.
Same thing with food, right?
You are. Wait, let me finish my statement. I will succeed the floor to you when I'm done. But I am not a child. I'm not a fool. You ain't gonna play me or my.
Same with food, right?
Stand in line, my brother.
Just say yes.
Respect yourself.
Just say yes.
Respect yourself. Prove that you can respect
yourself
and let me finish my statement.
Bro,
prove that you got enough respect for yourself and let me finish my statement.
I know, but you're yelling right now. Relax. You're yelling. You don't gotta yell.
No, then be quiet. Prove it. Prove who you are. Prove it. See, audience? I want the audience to see this game. Remember I told you about the games they play? This is what they do, y'all. No, don't. Okay. Stop.
You yelling.
Stop. So, to finish my statement, this is the proper logic. that our people are taught to use before they put anything in their body. They should investigate the ingredient list and how those things affect their body and make that proper decision. Since you are a person, or it seems like both of y'all have thrown up vaccine card, you guys are promoting science, you're promoting logic, you're promoting intelligence. Break down the ingredient list of the vaccines you took and why those ingredients are good for us. And I'm done. If you can't do that, you're disingenuous and you're lying.
You want to go, Uncle? You want me to go? Because this is easy money.
I would love to hear that.
This is the easiest money you can get from anyone. First of all, messenger RNA vaccine ingredients are listed everywhere. Okay? So you said, what is in there that's good for us? Well, first of all, you have to know the immune system. What can cause an immune response? You can shake Shabazz. You can shake your head all you want to, my brother. You don't have nothing that can cause an immune response to a virus. So here we go. The first thing first is you have messenger. And then you have the lipid nanoparticles, which helps get the messenger to the cell. When it gets to the cell, the ingredients
messenger is a human. It's something talking. What is that's not a see you're convoluting the situation.
No, you asked me a question and then you said you're going to be quiet and then I'm explaining things and then you want to cut in. So
but you're not answering my question.
Get it out.
I asked you to break down the ingredient list.
What do you think that I'm doing, bro?
No, you're trying to go to a whole nother subject.
No.
It's an ingredient list.
How do you know where I'm going if I can't even talk?
Sugar, fat, cholesterol.
How do you know if how do you know where I'm going if you don't let me talk? You asked me a question. I am clearly trying to tell you what's going on. The most important piece in the ingredient piece here is the synthetic messenger, which is, if you know anything about RNA, all right, let's have a teaching moment here. You have DNA viruses and you have RNA viruses. COVID, which is a disease, isn't the virus. SARS-CoV-2 is the virus. So what is going on? We're dealing with messenger RNA. You have sugars, salts. You have cholesterol. You have
what does that share, my brother? Where the screen share? Bring the screen share up. Show it. Bring the screen share up.
God, Lee, man, this is.
Oh yeah, no, this how y'all get down. Remember, this how y'all get down.
No. I don't have no problem sharing my screen. No, I don't have no problem sharing my screen. You just simply said that you're going to ask your question and then you're going to yield the floor. And then every time I explain something, every time that I explain something, you got something to say. All I do is show and prove, bro. All I do is show and prove. All I do is show and prove. This is all I do. As stated. First of all, Obasi, we can deal with that. You haven't even defined what an adverse effect is. Secondly, your brother just asked me some questions.
You know what it is. Let's not.
I asked you to define it for the listening audience. You didn't want to do that. So you're really not about black people, like you said.
Adverse effect, a reaction.
Lipids, salts, sugars, and like I said, ding, 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 your messenger. Here go your ingredients right here. Lipids, salts, sugars. There's your ingredients. So as I stated, it's in simple forms, bro. Lipids, salts, sugars. And I simply told you what's in what and what it is used for. Because as soon as it encounters our body, it goes to the cell. It don't last long. That's why they freeze it to keep it at a certain temperature, because it heats up inside the body. So to get the messenger to where it needs to go, it is encoded. The lips.
No, they just asked you what it was, and I know you told them sugar, fats, and oil, Joe. You told them that, right, Shawn?
Yes. I just
Shawn,
told
did you tell them that, Shawn?
Yes, I just told him.
So what's right, Joe?
Can I jump on real quick?
Nah, Obasi wants us to answer his question about adverse reaction.
Brother Shawn, hold on. Okay, this look. I think I'm gonna bounce out to this. All I know is this: that cracker ain't been doing us good. That cracker ain't been doing us no good since he took us out of Africa.
Hey, a black woman made the Moderna vaccine.
Hold on.
So what they got to do with a cracker?
Hold on. I'm telling you right. Let me finish. If you're not gonna let me talk, I'm bouncing. I'm saying that for those, look, everybody got a choice. You want to take it. You don't. I'm just saying this by logic. That cracker ain't done us good since he took us out of Africa. Now all of a sudden, he's gonna come on TV and say this is good for us. And all the lies he done did and told us all his history. Now all of a sudden, hold on, let me finish. All of a sudden he gonna come out and say, this. I'm being real. This is a crap. I'm being truthful. This thing is good for you. So you want us, the people who take it, are telling us that we should just omit 400 years of that devil doing us wrong, and all of a sudden he will tell us that this is good.
No, we're saying the last vaccine they killed. Understand the last vaccine you took ain't killed you. Understand that.
And that's the
logic on this panel.
Okay, hold on. I'm saying this.
Everybody did on this. Hold on, bro. Everybody raised their hand to having taken vaccines before. Ain't nobody dead. That's crazy, yo. So why they could have killed us? They
so
get
you
vaccinated,
trust
bro.
them,
So would you like to hear about them?
Bro, listen. I hear what you think you're saying, but before you knew the white man was the devil, you was vaccinated as a baby. You didn't die, bro.
That's
what I'm trying to. So why not? Why not? We're talking about vaccine. So why the switch in the play?
Okay, so why?
Nobody answered that.
Because we're not getting to the point. Question. I've been talking about
that is
and they want to.
Hey, check this out, bro. We done heard you mumble up everything and confuse everybody. Right now, everybody's been vaccinated on this panel. Nobody died, and nobody caught the diseases that they was vaccinated from. So what's the problem, black people, black liberators? What's the problem? I'm listening.
That's what they do, man. They overtalk. They take the point. They take the point.
I'm talking, yo. Y'all never answered that question.
Natural news. This is the article.
Boy, you funny.
Natural news. Approximately 70 people die from COVID vaccine every day in America. VAERS data.
You're not gonna use that, remember?
I never said it. I said they're disingenuous. I said they are disingenuous. Do not talk while I'm reading.
He's using a pseudo website.
Natural news.
Don't say nothing, Shawn.
Hold on. You take it. You take that God.
We dealt with this website before.
But listen, if you can do what you want, everybody. This is a natural news article.
This is the owner of Natural News, Mike Adams, a white dude.
That doesn't matter.
He sells herbs. It does. He sells herbs.
Dispute what's being read to you.
He sells herbs. He has no evidence in the article. I have the article right here.
I'm going back. This is pointless. Natural news and VAERS.
Natural news, brother. Are you serious?
Will you stop it? Exploding
natural news
with vaccine injuries at a rate never seen before.
Obasi.
The number of injuries and death. Listen, man. This
what is his source?
Let him get it out.
And y'all doing this on purpose, man. Y'all are real sad, man. Y'all are blocking people from getting information, man. This is This is real treason stuff, man. Y'all are agents of death and treason, man. We can't even get an intelligent conversation out. I can't even read an
article. A crazy white person. You've been talking for the last
hour. Man, you know what, man? Y'all sad, man, and I feel bad for y'all families, man. I feel bad for whoever under y'all care, man. I really do. I feel great because y'all are disingenuous.
Finish reading your statement, my brother. Let us get your statement that you was reading, my brother. Don't let them divert the information you was finna drop, bro. That's their game they play.
Thank you. Thank you, bro. Theirs is exploding with vaccine injuries at a rate never seen before. The number of injuries and death from these vaccines is so immense prior to vaccine. Injury data over the past 2 decades. So it's bigger than the last 30 years. And I got another source you can go to connect that. The government
explaining nothing. You just
the government's passive surveillance system has flooded with has been logged with over 675,000 adverse reactions from the vaccines in just 8 short months. If these medical issues are divvied up among roughly 17,000 hospitals in the United States, there would have been roughly 40 COVID deaths injuries in every hospital in every nation. Over the past 47 days reporting, there have been 3,296 deaths reported to VAERS. This is equivalent to 70 deaths per day. There's a death toll. Another adverse effect is myocarditis and pericarditis. That is on the CDC website. Adverse effects is the only thing I'm talking about. Check these sources. Let me ask y'all a question. Do anybody know who Cheryl Atkinson is?
Man, don't ask no more questions, man. You supposed
no.
to teach
Do we know who? That ain't what I asked you. Do we know
man,
who?
Look, man.
That ain't.
Man, you just, I see it. Your phone going out, yeah.
Do we know who Cheryl? Do you know who Cheryl Atkinson is? If not, I will tell you. She's a CBS News, and she was a co-host in the evening news. Now, there's another article. Do with it as you will. The title reads, I would write this down, exclusive summary, COVID vaccine concerns. The date is September 19th, 2021. I'm just going to give you a couple of rundowns. September 19th, 2021, with British studies about menstrual cycle changes in women. September 12th, 2021, with studies finding teen boys faced with much higher heart risk from vaccines than COVID. Remember when I was talking about Guillain-Barré syndrome? There's that again. The European Union added GBS and autoimmune paralysis disorder as a possible side effect from the Johnson & Johnson's COVID vaccine. Updated. Added warnings about GBS, autoimmune system disease, which attacks the body nerve system after Johnson & Johnson's vaccine, according to reports. These cases have primarily been reported about 2 weeks after vaccinations. 2 weeks after vaccinations, they are feeling symptoms of GBS. They are also having myocarditis and pericarditis, which is heart inflammation, and pericarditis is heart inflammation around the aortic sac, directly after taking the vaccine. And you can do what you want to do because I know
how many reports of myocarditis? How many reports of myocarditis? Yeah, how many reports of myocarditis? How many confirmed?
See, this is what we're talking about.
No, man, I'm asking you a question. How many confirmed cases? Do you
listen? You shouldn't care.
Hey, don't tell me to listen. Do not tell me. There's 180 million people vaccinated. How many people got myocarditis, brother?
What I am saying, it doesn't matter. They are.
It do. It does, but it does.
It doesn't matter if it's
Basi, it does. It does. You know why it matters? You know why it matters? Because if there's 180 million, if there's 180 million people vaccinated, and you're going to, and we only got a confirmed amount of 890, you're comparing the math on how rare myocarditis is in people. That's why I asked how many people, because we need the real data. We don't need an assumption because all right. So if 100 people, if 100 people live in your neighborhood, hold on, Abasi, listen to me, real Abasi. No. I need you to answer this. I need you to answer this. If 100 people if 100 people live in your neighborhood and only one person ever got shot in the neighborhood, is your neighborhood dangerous because only one person got shot?
What does it do to that one? What does it do to that family that
listen to the logic, bro. 100 people. Listen to me. 100 people live in your neighborhood. Only one person got shot in the neighborhood. Does that make your neighborhood dangerous? Yes or no?
Where you live?
Does it make? Does it?
Oh, you gotta stop talking to him, Shawn, man.
I gave you 3,296.
And you're wrong. There's only 1,491 cases of reported myocarditis. And out of the 1,491 reports, only 890 confirmed.
So y'all play, man.
Play what, brother? You have 180 million people vaccinated, and then you bring me less than 1,000 people that created some rare thing that they actually cured from.
So let me ask you.
They didn't die.
You ain't trying to boxing, so you really not trying to. You just gonna keep talking, right? So
I got something to say on y'all two gonna get in. I'll get in with you, bro. I got you.
Y'all can understand real time.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. That's why I got evidence on the screen. Every time you say something, I'm gonna put the evidence on the screen. You brought us Guillain-Barré syndrome after I just explained to you that 14.7 million people got Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and they only had 201 preliminary reports. They only listen, man. Stop talking and listen. You're not studied, bro. I'm not trying to talk down on you. I'm trying to help you with your flawed method.
You don't have to help me. You help yourself.
14.7 million people got Johnson & Johnson, 201 reported cases, and you're telling me that that's an issue.
Hey, Shawn.
This some clown shit. I ain't messing with this, no.
Little Boxy make his point, brother.
I'm saying, so why you gotta call people agents and all that?
I said agent of death. I said agent of death and genocide.
Abasi, we can't even understand you. Abasi.
That's the question because
you can't even. Abasi.
And time is winding. I'm bouncing.
Hey.
Abasi.
Boxy make his point. Yeah.
How is Abasi making a point when he repping red, black, and green? And he worried about all the white people. What's the problem?
That's what you do.
I'm confused.
Hey, look, hold away.
When do we start worrying about white people, though, yo?
All right, I'm gonna ask you a question, though. I'm gonna break down. Here's the game they're doing. They doing
about white people like that.
I'm gonna tell you.
How y'all gonna ignore that?
I'm gonna answer the question. Let me answer the question. I'm gonna answer the question.
Liberation.
I'm gonna answer the question. Yeah.
And now y'all worrying about white people. Y'all got me fucked up.
Here we go. You're right, brother. You're right, brother. But see, here go the game.
Make no sense. The black
game that's being played.
About white people.
Here go the game that's being played.
What kind of game is that, though, yo?
Hey, look.
Hey, talk over everybody talking. Now you gonna talk over everybody. Nobody can understand this computer going in and out.
I'm answering your question.
No, man, you diving.
I'm trying to answer your question.
That doesn't make no sense, man.
I said I'm gonna answer your question, my brother. You asked the question. Did you not answer the question? I'm finna answer your question.
What was the question?
It was the question that you stated.
What I stated?
Exactly what you said.
See, you don't even remember.
But look, though, here go the answer to your question. We're gonna answer.
No, I got an answer if they shut up.
Yeah, because this is
somebody else talk about it. I ain't talking to you no more about it. I need somebody else.
Okay.
Why do y'all think it's a game, though, man? This shit's serious, bro. Like this ain't no game. You're lying to people about data, man. That ain't no. That's not no game.
I got one question, fellas. I got one question. And Sean P, one question. Is the vaccine so good for us? Why do they have immunity laws?
Oh, that would be the PrEP Act.
I'm asking Uncle Shawn.
That would be
why do they have?
Why is a bossy? Listen, now let's boom, yo. You got your man phone not working. He talking 90% of the thing is ridiculous, yo. Like it's almost insulting at this point. Seriously.
You insulted, man, because you really think you're somebody, man.
No, but we trying to turn
Hey,
your phone.
look, let's just answer the question, bro. We ain't got to do the side talk. Come on, the
immunity laws.
The people is gonna watch this.
You said immunity laws, bro. Are you dead serious? Are you serious with this question that you're asking?
Yeah, I'm not even listening to
immunity laws.
Come on, yo.
Are you freaking serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I am.
Bring the law up. Bring the law up.
Help us out. All right, help us out, yo.
Why you not answering the question?
I want him to bring it up.
I don't understand it. I don't know what he's talking about. I admit it. I don't know. I never heard of an immunity.
Everybody else trying to understand the question.
Bring it up, man.
The purpose of his question, he's saying it this way. He's saying that if the vaccines that the government
bring up immunity, the hell with what you're talking about, bro.
See how you do? You have no respect
that's what
for
you can't get.
You don't have a respectful
No, man. Listen. I wanted y'all to bring it up so that.
What happened was
why y'all can't never, bro? Y'all want to ask a question and then y'all can't even. You can't even bring it up.
See, this is what you do.
I don't know.
You cut people off and then say they're cutting.
Unc told you he didn't know. We asked you to bring it up. We asked you to bring it up.
Stop running game to the people. It's
ain't
so
no. There's no running no game.
Your job made you take it.
Yes, no. My job didn't make me do anything. My job didn't make me do anything. I had my vaccine in April, bro. I had my vaccine in April, bro. My job didn't have nothing to do with me getting a vaccine.
I'm gonna play y'all game today.
My job had nothing to do with me getting a vaccine.
They brought me on here because
I'm going to teach. You want black people to learn something, bro? They don't need to listen to y'all. Y'all have no idea how to have a civil conversation.
You're sick and everything.
You are sick. You are sick. Yes, you are. You're very sick. 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 You keep bringing up white man information. Why do you keep bringing up white man information? Why do you keep bringing up white man information? Why do you care about white men so much? Why do you care about white men so much? Don't worry about whose screen is on. Why do you bring up white man information so much? Because I'm debunking. Hey, I'm debunking every stupid thing that y'all say.
You guys are on the same side. Your teammates.
No.
You guys are playing good cop, bad cop.
No, we're not playing no good cop, bad cop.
Yes, you are.
Your man brought us a pseudo-scientific news article.
Every time somebody else brings something,
he bring us some bullshit, and we gotta sit here and listen to it. Then you want to bring up this, and I know what you're trying to say, but you don't know how to say it, bro. Bro, you don't know what you're talking about. If you knew what you were, trust me.
Every time I make a statement about what
I have 36 people watching this right now. I have 36 people watching y'all right now. Why is just y'all talking? I have 36 people watching.
Go back and watch every one of their videos. This is the game they play on the people. I'm not gonna let you do it no more.
No, the people are watching you right now. You should see the comments.
Bro, this is a whole nother day. Exactly. Stand down, my brother.
You should see the comments.
Stand down with telling our people to take death.
Hey, Shawn.
Stand down with that.
Hey, Shawn, look this guy. Hey, Shawn, you know what he wants? Hey, Shawn, hold on, Shawn. You know what he won't do? He won't provide the community with something, with a healthy alternative. So right now,
you ain't let me answer the question. I said earlier, I was the only brother that said I was going to answer the question. Then you
so listen,
and the people can go back and rewind the video and see.
Bro, it seems like you got.
You're not running this game around people, bro.
Listen,
so let me answer the question that you asked.
Listen, you got to itch for me, and I understand it. But this is what you will never be able to do.
No issue with you, bro. I got an issue with your argument and the way you're presenting it.
You ain't heard my argument. Listen, we're both talking at the same time. We both gonna be rude. I'm not gonna shut the fuck up. I'm not doing nothing.
Because you
I
have
bet you this.
Exactly.
Yes, this is what won't happen. At no point will you say what you gotta say. Be quiet. Don't let your half retarded man conversation, and let's me and you dialogue right now. Because you had the loudest mouth on this motherfucker. So go ahead and start. Watch this. Watch this. I will mute my phone out. I will not interrupt you. And no to do to you, I'm going to beat the brakes off your half silly ass. So go ahead, brother.
I hope you do. Because, see, here's the thing. It ain't about being right. It's about being right for the people. So
okay, get to it. Get to it. Nope, you're talking too much. Get to the vaccine conversation.
You can see how you can't let me. I'm going to give the dialogue. Just let me finish. Show that you are older. Show that you're my elder. You're older than me. Prove it. Teach me how to not talk and cut people off. Teach me that. Show me, please. Now, like I was saying, for the people, we need to know if this is true. My brother, if you beat the brakes off me and you could prove that this is the best thing for my people, then great. I'll be the first one, if you prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt, to go get it. Because I want what's best. This ain't about proving nothing. This ain't about ego. This ain't about nothing. This is about providing information. Now, back to the issue at hand, which is the vaccine. Like everyone has said that has made a statement, the history of our people dealing with this country, especially in the medical field, is unjust, manipulative, and misdirected. It has been since the very beginning, from slavery, when they were doing unaided surgeries on women, to the Tuskegee experiments, to the situations in the jail when they're shooting brothers up with stuff. All different examples that have been documented by our people. The simple fact, like Brother Obasi said, there are adverse effects. Now, the brother Shawn, please, brother, don't cut me off. I love you and I respect you. This is not here to hurt either one of y'all brothers. But the brother Shawn brought up the low numbers of the individual incidents. Very true. But those are two. See, again, see? Please, please. That is true. There are low numbers, but that is two categories. It was 2 to 500 in one category, another 1,500 in one. There are many adverse effects. So we may need to continue this another day and go through every single one and pull up all the numbers and add them up. If that's what would make you guys be satisfied. But what we are saying for our people is this. What we are saying for our people is this. Based off the history of these people that we're dealing with, based off the fact that nothing they've done has been proper, curable, or actually healing, all they do is treat symptoms. Per their information and science, all they do is treat symptoms. Straight up. Every cure, everything that they give is either to cut something out of you or to treat a symptom, not to cure. Plain and simple. This is their history. So at this point, we have no reason to believe and accept what they're saying. When the survival rate of COVID is 90+% for the majority of the population, the minute population that is affected to the point of death is the very same population that has always been affected to the point of death, the elderly and the immune compromised. So there's absolutely no reason other than somebody telling me, which again, some of us is from the hood. I don't know everybody here, but I'm from the hood. And I know somebody trying to force something on me that much is called game. I don't need nobody to run that much game on me to convince me to do something. It don't make sense. So with all of those issues, and this is the very last thing I'm going to bring up. When we look at the connection of Bill Gates, the governments around the world, the 2030 agenda, the Georgia Guidestones, and again with Bill Gates, the fact that he's been saying over the last decade that he wants to depopulate the planet. There's many interviews with him, no pseudo, him saying it, he wants to do it. So with all of these things, it's not mathematically sound for us to get the vaccine as a whole. Now, if you want to do it as an individual, we respect your right. But we do not respect y'all's right telling our people to go do it. That's what we do not respect. Because every time our people get up here and tell us to listen to them, it's to our detriment. Every time. So prove to me why this time is different. Prove, please. Because if you're right, then you're right. And that's what's best for us. And I'll succeed the floor.
Hey, May, do you know that 675,000 is a large city in America? That means a whole entire city would be wiped out with COVID deaths. Now, if you're using,
man, don't you start? Hold on, man. Don't have this nigga start talking after niggas be quiet. Don't do that. We ain't doing that shit, yo. You've been on the retarded shuffle for the last 2 hours, dog. Knock it off, yo.
Keep on with that, man. I'm out of here.
It's not working, dog. You're not getting it, bro. Your computer is not working, bro. No, we cannot hear. Man, God damn, this nigga here, yo.
Y'all block.
This nigga right here, yo.
Is y'all really ashamed?
Dog, we can't hear you, man. How come you're not comprehending that, yo? Why you not comprehending it? Every time you talk, we cannot understand you, bro.
I'm done because the show is over. It got 5 minutes left. I'm done. Hey, it's
so
good.
You mean to tell me? So Reverend, you mean to tell me he got to do that long
bro?
Just
really,
Hold up. I want to hear in Google. We hear y'all. Y'all can pick it up. I want to hear in Google. What you think about all of it?
Yeah. I've been listening in, and so I'm gonna keep it light. You know, give me like 2 or 3 minutes, and I'm gonna get out the way. So number one, we have to look at the history of our people. Science is not in a vacuum by itself. You can also attach social relations. We have social relationships with other people. We have groups of people that have identified themselves as enemies, and they have behaved as such. We already know that we have been used as guinea pigs in this country. We have been used as guinea pigs. It is a fact. And it's amazing to me how in the information age where an individual can get in all of the information that he wants, that is still a fundamental level of dumbness in the Black personality today. It's a major fundamental element of absolute dumbness. You know what I mean? Where things are right in front of us. The information is right in front of us. And we look right past it. I think that it is absolute treason for any melanated being to tell other Africans to get this vaccine. You feel me? People gonna do what they gonna do. You know what I mean? I respect people's circumference, respect my circumference, and those who I love, and it's all G. But I think it is an absolute declaration of treason to tell African people to get this vaccine. You know what I mean? The herbs are not a cure. You're not going to just cure yourself through, okay, you get sick. You have to know how to fast. You have to know how to cleanse your body. It has to be an overall lifestyle change to keep yourself healthy. It is an illusion to think that you can take a shot and it's going to just automatically protect you from you dying from a virus. That is delusional.
It's been proven.
And we militant minded. We don't do wishful thinking. You feel me? And I'm gonna succeed the floor on that.
All right, man. Let me get in here, man.
Hey, the vaccine.
Why do I keep hearing this? Come on, Shawn. Let me just say this, man. Why is it that I keep hearing the same thing over and over and over again? Y'all niggas act like y'all don't smoke blunts. Ain't none of y'all break down the components in the cigarette. The shit say it will cause cancer, but niggas is on here smoking blunts, drinking Bacardi, all in their refrigerator, eating all kind of food, going to the food market, taking their babies to get fruit and vegetables from America, and then get on here and start talking about somebody committing treason. I'm gonna tell you what the treasonous act is. To slap, not be able to read and comprehend the situation. Y'all misreading the whole situation. Now, all of a sudden, everybody is race conscious now over fucking night. Half the black people wasn't giving a fuck about the red, the black, and the green. I've been rocking that shit for the last 15, 20 years. Now, all of a sudden, everybody want to dive in on, read all the ingredients of everything you do. That's a bunch of bullshit. I don't see y'all breaking down the manufacturer on the fucking brakes when you driving down a highway at 95 miles an hour, hit the fucking brakes. I don't see none of that shit. Now, all of a sudden, some twisted ass white person got y'all thinking just read the fucking ingredients. Y'all following crazy, quacked out white people, but yet claiming liberation. If that ain't motherfucking treason, I don't know what it is.
Big dog, do you understand that you at war, big dog?
I just want to talk though, dog. I just want to talk though. I don't want to do none of that. Let me finish.
Calm down.
Not on me. Let me finish my point.
Bro. Calm down.
No, bro, but I'm saying, but I shut up and muted out.
You've been doing a lot of talk though. I just wanted to ask you.
But I'm saying, but I heard you.
Why you so tight, man? Calm down.
I'm tight because I didn't cut you off.
You got it, big dog. You got it.
Thank you, yo, because I never cut you off. I wasn't rude. I might have been rude with the guy whose phone is messed up.
Actually, you did, homie. Actually, you did.
Well, I apologize. So you know what
I mean? But I ain't thinking. I ain't blowing
up. Go ahead, bro. I apologize. Go ahead.
Go ahead, G. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, because you
wanted to ask you was,
you even. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. What I wanted to ask you, bro, was, do you understand that you are in a war? Do you understand that? And I'm done. That's it.
Yeah, but you fighting the wrong war. The war is against nature, the invisible pathogen. It's decimating the black community. That's the war. You trying to fight some war against white people that ain't even there. They ain't worried about you. They ain't thinking about y'all. Y'all don't move the meter. Trust me, bro. We do not move the fucking meter. They worried about Russia and China. They ain't worried about black people. They comfortably settled. You know it and I know it. It's a few of us that talk that red, black, and green shit. Ain't no war happening. We don't got no thermonuclear weapons. They ain't worrying about us. If you get too slick, your baby mother gonna make you stop. They're gonna take your cell phone away, cut the food off, and we're gonna be back to normal. We ain't in position for no damn war. So the war is nature. Nature is killing people on planet Earth. That's the war. And your ancestors came up with a viable cure to stop, not a cure, but stop you from catching this shit at a rate of 96%. Your ancestors came up with that. So every time I hear people talking about the white man, this, the white man, that, wait a minute.
Carl,
this is a black
say
sister
hi to
that invented the
Schwab
mRNA
Financial
vaccine. She came up with the Moderna. That's the sister. So now we spitting at the sister. We're gonna actually spit at a black lady that invented that. Like, that's great. That's bizarre to me, man.
Like, there are not other outside interesting forces that are around that. There are other outside interesting forces that are around that. And I ain't tell you what fight I was fighting, big dog. I ain't never told you who I was fighting, homie. I just gave you my.
So who you fighting against? What's the war then?
Man, look, I ain't got to divulge none of that information. We talking about the vaccine. I stay on protocol. I ain't talking about none of that.
You said we was fighting the war.
Relax. Well, that's why young niggas don't respect old niggas nowadays. This right here is the reason why y'all get smacked up in the streets. I'm telling you, this is the reason why.
No, I don't get smacked up.
Y'all be out of pocket and y'all are misleading. Y'all are misleading.
So, all right. Okay. I heard something. I kind of heard something. So I heard something I like, and I'm saying young niggas go just like old niggas go. So that shit don't ever matter. It is what it is. This conversation is about correct information. This conversation ain't about getting smacked up. This ain't about who choked, who tough, who slick, who done did this, who done did that. This ain't about running, who can run the fastest. This ain't about none of that, dog.
Nobody said that, big dog. But stay on code, man. You all over the place.
I got a question for brother.
I feel like I'm talking to a sister. calm down. I'm very calm with you, bro. And collect.
Yeah, but you.
I'm not doing a lot, man.
You
overly animated, and I'm saying.
Yeah, all right, I'm a little animated, but you let your man was animated.
Hey, what's on code? What's on code? To be stupid and die?
Hold on for a minute,
you know what?
Shawn.
I'm done, big dog, because I don't do a lot of talking. Y'all got it. I'm done.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro.
You don't do a lot of talking.
Appreciate that.
You doing a lot of talking.
I got a question for you.
Got a lot of questions. Nah, you don't got no real questions for me, yo. No, you don't.
How do you know if I didn't ask
for
you?
25? Because you talk for 25 minutes, and when I get to talking, everybody want to get in. You did. I shut up too. I don't want to hear no more questions for you, bro. You don't got no questions for me. None.
Okay.
None. Because everybody just spoke.
No,
wait a minute, bro. Didn't I have to be quiet for you?
Yeah, you did.
So I'm okay. So I asked you the panel question. Y'all all ran from it. Y'all ran like a bunch of chicken shit. Y'all, every last one of y'all ran. Every last one of y'all ran. You didn't answer that question. No, you didn't. My question is, what do you got for the besides the vaccine? I asked all of y'all that. And as men, we supposed to try our best to give that answer.
And I will do that. Do you want to finish?
But go ahead.
And then I'll answer your question about what we should do instead of the vaccine. I could definitely answer that point by point.
Yeah, but that was the first question, though.
Okay.
Now everybody got job slick. Everybody got job tough. You've been the most animated person on here.
We ain't got to worry about the past. I want you to finish your statement, and if you got questions for me, I will answer them precisely and concisely. But you said you had one earlier, so go ahead and finish. I'm done. You're right. I apologize. I need to learn how to not cut people off, so I'm working on that. So I'm gonna see the flow. If you got a question for me, I will definitely answer it.
My point is, it's not right to accept white people information with no credentials and then act like we ain't supporting white people. That's just horrible. I've been called treasonous on this fucking phone call by everybody. And I'm not trying to hear that dumbass shit because I heard it out. I heard y'all say it. I'm a stand-up guy. And if I'm picking the side of science, it must be a damn reason because I'm a stand-up guy. And everybody know I'm a stand-up guy. The question should be, what the fuck is Ankh talking about? But you know what? I'm gonna let y'all be right. I'm gonna tell y'all what, though. Y'all gonna get a chance to shake with that shake. Y'all gonna get that shot at it, yo. Y'all gonna get a shot. Don't even worry about it. Nature talking to you right now. You don't gotta listen. All right, I ain't afraid of white people. Everybody on this phone all of a sudden afraid of white people. So I need that answer. What do y'all got? What do y'all have without a goddamn vaccine? And I'm listening. I'm gonna mute out and I'm listening.
Brother, really quick, I don't want you to lump me with everybody else. I never mentioned anything about treason, anything like that. So I just want
you, brother. I appreciate that. But they were saying it like it don't hurt me. Because I fucks with the red, the black, and the green. My whole thing is about red, black, and green. My whole thing is about giving people real information. And my whole motherfucking time fucking with this motherfucking community, I get a lot of flack. And niggas like Pharaoh and setting them niggas and fucking playing all the niggas and stole niggas money, nigga. I ain't never did niggas like that. I've been straight up forward with shit.
It's a whole lot of agents. It's a whole lot of agents repping Blair Red
Fuck
Black.
all that. Nah, nigga, but y'all can't put me in that category, yo. But y'all can't put me in that category, yo.
Hey, let's stick on the subject, bro. Let's stick on the subject. We talking about the vaccine. We're gonna give you the flow so you can address the vaccine. That's what we gave you the flow for.
Nah, man, because at this point, the level of comprehension has been compromised. Simple as that. Nobody really wants to have a serious conversation. Nobody really wants to we want to talk about how much the white people trying to kill us. If they trying to kill us, how come all y'all not dead? Nobody answered that question. All y'all have been vaccinated. Matter of fact, everybody on this show has seen people get shot down the street. Everybody on this show has seen niggas die from drug overdoses. Everybody on this show has seen niggas locked up and put in fucking prison. Everybody on this show has seen black on black violence and crime. Everybody has seen that, but ain't none of y'all niggas on here seen one of your homeboys die from a vaccine. That's the conversation going up. Well, you know Billy died from a vaccine. We ain't never known a nigga to die from the vaccine. All of a sudden, because fucking Master said it, now y'all niggas all on that shit. That's the craziest shit to me. Nah, nigga, I'm black power all day, every day. Fuck the white boy. Don't show me no more white boys dying from a vaccine. I'm thinking that's how it gets back. I don't want to see none of that. Don't talk to me about white people falling out from a damn vaccine. Don't talk to me about it. I'm straight with mine. So I'm listening for your answer. If not a vaccine, what y'all at?
Okay, you ready for the answer? What
Yeah, I'm quiet, bro. Okay. I don't want the old man talk too much. Go ahead.
What our people have instead is what our people had since the beginning of time. Natural living. Now, like you said, in times of extreme situations, our people came up with different inventions. One of them was an inoculation. Very true. That has nothing to do with the people that are giving us inoculations today. Per your reasoning, Brother Ankh, you just quoted, or no, you just, excuse me, not quoted, you just stated that we are using white folks. Don't bring no more white folks up. We believe in the massa when the massa is telling us this about the vaccine. So when we're saying not to take the vaccine from the person who's always lied to us, we're somehow believing the massa, but the massa's telling you to get the vaccine and somehow you're not believing the massa. While simultaneously, the person that is supposedly per this quote unquote debate that's on your side, while you're saying don't trust the white man, he steady putting up white man quotes on his screen the entire time. It's very confusing. It truly is. Because if one of us bring up something from a white person, first thing you do is shout it down, while simultaneously your partner continues to bring up white people quotes. It's very disingenuous. And I'll state for the record as well, I never called you treasonous either. I said disingenuous. That's what I said. Because it is. Because like I said earlier, I respect you enough to know you know better. And I would honestly, I ain't even gonna go on that. Because, if you want to talk to me and we could talk on a separate thing, because I ain't got no disrespect for you, brother. This ain't no personal jab or nothing. I deal with the science of the mind and I deal with the science of the people. That's all it is. And I called out the things that I saw y'all doing in the conversation, not about y'all personally. So I hope you understand that. So don't take it personal. But back to the matter at hand. There's no logical reason to suggest that we listen. You can't. When you look at the simple numbers of deaths yearly of people that die in the hospital under doctor mistakes, die from taking their prescribed medicine. There are so many, bruh. I could go through this spiritually. I could go through this metaphysically. I can go through this scientifically. I can go through this common sense. I can go through this historically. Brother, there's no area where this makes sense other than the fact that you have the right as a free human being to make that choice. And we respect that. But everybody on this panel's point is that is opposing is saying that you're telling our people this is the best thing for them. There's no evidence. There's no evidence.
All right,
and
can I talk?
You can't. Oh yeah. Let me just say this.
You said evidence. You said evidence, and I think that's critical.
Let me let me finish my statement, and I'm gonna let you go in just about 15 seconds, maybe 20. It's disingenuous to make rules and standards for the opposing people that are making arguments while you're doing the very same thing. You can't tell us not to use white people, don't trust the white people while you're bringing up white evidence. Then when we bring up white evidence, it's wrong when you bring it up as white, but when we this is this, and then back to you, and I'll say this one last thing. And I'll say this one last thing, my brother. I'll say this one last thing. Brother Shawn, when you went through the ingredients, those were the headers. There were sub-ingredients under that. You purposely didn't go for them. You smart enough. You smart enough to know that fat lipids. Oh wait, let me finish. Fat lipids and salts were not what was in that.
It said it on there. It said it on the ingredients.
I'm about to get off, man. I got stuff to do.
I know, Obati gotta go. But look at though. This is recorded. I wouldn't even be wasting this time if it wasn't recorded and people can't go back.
Don't worry, I got it recorded on my channel.
Oh yeah, straight up. So What I'm saying is that was disingenuous, and this is what we're saying. You got the right to make your own decision. Don't tell us what to do. It's not true.
All right. Can I go now?
I'm done.
Can I go now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you said evidence. You provided none. You said natural. Well, you said natural. Well, natural has infected 40 million people and killed 675,000 people. And most of those deaths wasn't in elderly people or wasn't in people with immunocompromised immune systems. They were in people that exercised, that ate vegan, that were vegetarian, that lifted weights, that did everything. It didn't matter. It's killing children right now at less likely rates, but it's killing children. It's killing teenagers. It's killing 24-year-olds. It's killing 30-year-olds. It's killing 40-year-olds. It don't matter who the hell you are. It's killing you. Okay? So to bring that into the conversation was a little disingenuous because it wasn't based on actual scientific evidence. What is that when you say, oh, just natural stuff. Well, you don't have a natural herb or a food, which is the same thing when you're dealing with viruses, that can cause an immune response to stop the spread of infectious disease in a person, because no food or herb is going to prevent infection. So the only thing that you will have left now is to stop the spread of disease. It's unsuccessful. So since we're dealing with evidence, right? Because that's the only thing that we have, you don't present any evidence. For every adverse effect that one will claim exists, we can show the confirmed adverse count, and we deal with the actual evidence. We can't keep going, bro, using VAERS to try to argue something, and then we get to VAERS and then we confirm the things. VAERS is not confirming that. It's just a reporting system. And it's good that we have reporting systems because that alerts the vaccine makers and the scientists to go and investigate. Let's go see. Now, this is why VAERS was important, because of thrombosis, because of all the things that was brought up. They start seeing a pattern here. They stopped Johnson & Johnson to go investigate Johnson & Johnson. And then they come out and say, all right, we're going to resume Johnson & Johnson. Why? It's because I've got it on the screen right now. They were looking at thrombosis. What was causing thrombosis? They had 47 confirmed cases. But what triggered it was 6 European women. Out of the 6 European women who developed thrombosis, 1 actually died. Everyone else was treated in the hospital and released. And then they found more reportings in that. And then they looked at AstraZeneca, which was brought up earlier, which is not approved in the United States. That's in the UK over there in Europe somewhere. They started to study that to see what was causing that. And they used that data and to help them in understanding Johnson & Johnson's Janssen vaccine. Then they realized, okay, we stopped it. We got 14 million people vaccinated. We can go back and resume because we now know that this was what was causing this issue was in some people that was in a specific location and that it was rare to. This ain't happening all over the place. The same thing with everything else that they got going on. So yeah, the reporting system is legit when they're confirmed. And that's why I asked if we could pull the VAERS data up if you knew how to do that. It's because you can go and look at those reporting systems and see this is incomplete. It's missing all kind of information. No, this one's legit. This was this, that, and the third. But VAERS is reporting all vaccine data, not just COVID. It's reporting all vaccine data. So you have to be specific in your search and narrow it down to COVID cases. And then you see the reporting diminishes. So what we're trying to get at is this vaccine useful for our people? Based on the argument today, which has not been substantiated or presented well by anyone doing a bunch of talking, the vaccine is over 180 million people there. How many people died from the actual vaccine? We're going to give you deaths. We're going to say, all right, if VAERS is reporting 6,000 deaths, we're going to give you 6,000 deaths. and we're going to say 180 million people vaccinated, you're looking at 0.001% of the population, which would make that very rare. However, we're going to actually go and deal with it, and we're going to get into it. Well, we're not going to say 6,000. We're going to say 7,899 reported deaths out of 386 million doses of COVID-19 administered. If we're dealing with VAERS report only, then the death rate would be for vaccinated people would be 0.002%. The chances of you dying in a car wreck or getting shot in your neighborhood are higher than a vaccine death. But we don't want to admit that here. And then it goes on to tell you reports of adverse events to VAERS following vaccination, including deaths, do not necessarily mean that the vaccine caused a health problem. We skip all of that. We skip the information, the death certificates, the autopsies, the medical records. We skip all of that because we don't want to know. We want to do surface level arguing in a serious scientific discussion. And I'm not trying to belittle anyone. That's why I kept asking for definitions. Can you define it? Because if you're going to put this on your channel, the people need to know exactly what you're talking about. And if they can't see it for themselves, then they're just driven by emotions. Black people have experienced have been taken advantage of by too many emotionally driven conversations and never data-based. What does the actual data say? What can we physically see? What can we confirm? What can we deal with? Now, we don't have to deal with the CDC or the VAERS. You know why? Because they are sending out reports. Scientific studies every day, cohort studies. They're doing trials. They're doing all kind of research, and they're presenting this information to us. So for us to get stuck on reporting in the CDC website regarding something is irresponsible. Out of since people have been vaccinated, 99.9998% of the people that have died, from COVID-19, that's COVID-19 related deaths, are in the unvaccinated people. Out of the vaccinated, fully vaccinated people, you have 2,000 breakthrough deaths. And the people with the breakthrough deaths are in they're high in age, 60s and over. And it still doesn't equate to a number that's significant that affects us. So what we're asking is natural immunity the key? No. Why is it not the key? Because you're risking yourself. You're risking yourself from things that have not been mentioned. COVID lungs, COVID heart, COVID tongue, COVID brain fog, COVID feet, COVID fingers, kidneys, diabetes, all driven by COVID. Double lung transplant.
Dysfunction. Don't forget about penile dysfunction.
I ain't gonna let go of that. Erectile dysfunction is now listen, catch COVID and your likelihood of catching erectile dysfunction is increased. So now you can't get it up. You got COVID. But what we're saying is, bro, that we are tracking right now 2,000 deaths a day that are COVID related. These deaths are preventable. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm about to wrap up. These deaths are preventable with a vaccine. When you ask the question about the vaccine and this, that, and natural and all of that, 99% of the deaths that occur each day are in the unvaccinated population. Meaning that if you got the COVID vaccines, Moderna, Pfizer, or Johnson & Johnson, you have a very 99% prevention from death, prevention from hospitalization. And then when you get in,
where does it say that?
Where does it say that?
Yeah, cause I mean, you've been pulling up all this stuff. I don't.
Well, you don't watch any other shows that I actually do on my channel.
Just get the source for him, man. Show him the source.
You don't have to do it. More than 99.99% of the fully vaccinated against COVID-19 have not had a breakthrough case resulting in hospitalization or death. So what I'm saying here is the vaccine is working. There's studies. They're out there, cohort, day in and day out. We do this every day. I'm not trying to make people look bad or make it seem like I got all the information and you don't, or I know where to go get the source and you don't. And you know what I'm saying? I can show my email. I get these emails from epidemiologists and everything that are tracking these things. We do this, bro, but we do this because we want to make sure that our people have the correct information. I don't want to go and present this website to people. I don't want to go to Natural News and then try to make an argument with a website that I know is a pseudoscientific conspiracy theory-driven website. That's bad. That's bad shit crazy. This is going to really mislead our people. The credibility is very low, but that's not the only thing. It's others. There's other information that's actually being presented. But this comes down to research methodology, like knowing where to go. If you're making a claim that has been regurgitated by anti-vaccine movement, then I'm just going to use any fact-checking source to debunk it. I don't have to go to the actual scientific journals or articles, because if I do go there, then it's going to get real bad because you're not going to want to deal with the actual evidence. The vaccine is highly effective. So here we go again. We deal with what we need to deal with. I know y'all saw this on the screen. Unvaccinated face 11 times the risk of death.
You can't see it.
It's on the screen.
Oh, I can't even share. Is it? Nah, I can't even share my screen.
Nah, I need to stop sharing if you want to share something. So go ahead, I stopped sharing my screen and I'm muting out. I appreciate everybody on the panel. It ain't nothing but love. We all fighting for the same thing, but we got to be fighting for the right thing. And that take us arguing sometime to hash out our differences to come to an honest agreement.
Yo,
You see the screen, Shawn?
But before
That's the news. That's the natural news right there, y'all. Right there.
Let me throw this in
It's the
real
far
quick.
right shit.
For Shawn and them. Because they was fearing they fear how long the immune response after the shot. So can y'all touch on that? Them fearing the immune response, technically the shot don't last that long?
Oh, you mean? No, you mean when you get the shot and you feel bad for a couple of days? You talking about that?
Yeah, that was
nah. The shot only lasts for 6 months, to my understanding.
Nah, that's a good question, but that's incorrect. So let's deal with it. What he's asking us on is how long does protection last? We are still protected today. This is why they're not talking about booster shots. If you listen to the arguments of booster shots, the booster shots are to target the elderly and the immunocompromised. They're not for like us everyday people. Now, why am I saying that? It's because protection, if you look at the data, the scientific data for hospitalizations and death and the spread of infectious disease, the vaccines are working against those 3 target areas. So we really don't need a booster shot. But because of the elderly people and their wanting immune systems, right? They need it because their immune systems are not working as it did before when they were younger in age. So this is an age-driven thing. This is why the Israel study was implemented because of age. Bro, they have a higher population of elderly in Israel. Everybody know that. And who are they trying to protect? Them rich elderly people over there in the area and their natural resources. So we get that. But when you look at cohort studies, or if you just look at not even that, but if you just look at the immune system in people, right? We deter the older we get. We're not the same when we were 24, 25, 30s, 40s. When we get to 60s, we start breaking down a little bit. We start feeling things a little bit more. And that's why they approved the booster shot. The FDA approved the booster shot in immunocompromised and elderly people and said, well, other people don't need it. And that is only driven by the hospitalization rate versus vaccinated and unvaccinated, the death rate from COVID regarding vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and then the spread of infectious disease, meaning the people being infected versus vaccinated and unvaccinated. So you have a reinfection rate and you have a breakthrough rate. So no, we don't need a booster. And no, the vaccine is not wanting. We still have protection. They have studies out there that have shown that we've had protection. People have had protection since March 2020, and they ain't got booster shots. And it's about to be March 2022, in a few more months, and that's going to be 2 years more worth of data that we have. So we have to really know all of these things. And that was a great question that was posed, because that's something that we don't get to talk about with people, is how we come to the conclusion if we need a booster shot or not.
Yes, right on the screen. Shawn, you see the screen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a website that Europeans weaponize against you. And the brother brought this up. And so we got to learn how to critique sources. And so the question is, if I keep saying why y'all bring crazy white people, and then y'all saying we're using white people, then this is the real difference. The difference is, if you're going to deal with a white person, if you're going to deal with anybody on the subject, you should deal with credited people. Don't deal with a person like this. Look, the guy that actually made the website, that's new. He's not an immunologist or a virologist. Look, watch this. Natural News, which is now a separate sister site, is a far-right anti-vaccination conspiracy theory, fake news website known for promoting alternative medicine and pseudoscience and far-right extremism. So now we're going to follow an extremist? Nah, man, watch this. Check this out. It goes on to say, the website sells a variety of dietary supplements, promote alternative medicine, climate change denial, makes, what's this? You see, health claims. Let me see. Let me get disseminates fake news. That ain't it. Oh, here you go. Espouses various conspiracy theories and pro-Donald Trump propaganda. These conspiracies theories include, look at this, criminal claims about the purported dangers of chemtrail. Man, I ain't gonna keep reading all this, man. But man, so we if we're gonna use white people, which is really giving them too much credit, because really we use science. Science is the great equalizer. So we'll know who to trust and not to trust. Because the black person can get you just the same. I heard y'all say, well, we don't trust this black person and the sun touch. Well, I don't trust Fauci, but I trust the scientific papers that he published, because they have been critiqued by other people around the earth. Whether you know it or not, man, like, white people aren't the greatest people on earth. Right. White people don't run the Chinese people. White people don't run the Russians. White people do not run the world. We need to stop saying this. So black people in their own right are powerful too. And we are involved in science at the highest level. So much so that a sister, okay, was the lead scientist on the Moderna. Now you say you don't like it, but man, at least it's somebody that look like us that actually went to school, that's actually published quote unquote scientific data on the situation. So my point is, they have weaponized this against us. Sometimes I get upset. I've never really expected people to make the educational gap, meaning like out of nowhere, a pandemic comes. Fear, right? All over the place. People don't know what to do. We're talking about immune system. Our immune system can take care of this. No, our immune system obviously cannot take care of it because it's brand new. That's why they call it a novel SARS coronavirus 2. The word novel means this particular virus is brand new to the human immune system. So we all know what that looked like. For the first year of the pandemic, our natural immunity was working. So much so that it closed down the world. Have y'all forgotten? Have y'all forgotten that the whole planet Earth was closed down? There's a reason why planet Earth was closed down. Not because the billionaires decided to close it down. The billionaires actually need healthy workers. The billionaires actually need products and goods being sold. The billionaires act no more different than the slave master. What can a slave master do with a whole bunch of sick Africans on the plantation? Nothing. You need the most healthiest people possible to work the crops, to work to get the cotton. We all know when we sick, we can't work at your optimum level. So if the billionaires want to stay billionaires, it's about getting people back to work. No matter what y'all say, we can go to the football games now. We can go wherever we want to go now. But why? What's the difference? It's definitely not the herb game. It's definitely not the supplement game that these evil white people do to us. All these websites have adjoining websites that will sell you some bullshit ass cure shit. All of them. They the ones making the billions of dollars off the pandemic. The vaccine is free. The billionaires ain't making no money off the fucking vaccine. Maybe the companies that make it, but the companies that make the vaccine, hell, they ain't made a lot of money in the long time off the damn vaccine. Trust me. The vaccine business is not a flourishing business. Because as soon as the pandemic is over with, y'all can forget about this. Ain't nobody gonna talk about vaccines no more. So I'm just saying, they have weaponized misinformation, and to the point where we looking at people telling them, don't fuck with science. Wait a minute. We invented science. Science is an African thing. Like, why would we ever just not fuck with science? I'm just, maybe it's my approach. Maybe I talk too much shit. I don't know what it is, but I thought we gave the world science. I thought we were smart enough not to let white people trick us. I just don't give white people that type of credit, you know. Under no circumstances, I don't think white people are that sophisticated to actually put together a vaccine that could kill eight people, kill us, and we not know they're doing it. I just don't believe it. They can't make a virus. The human technology ain't even such to make a fucking virus to work the way this works. So I just think, man, it's people that are afraid and giving these crackers too much goddamn credit. Yo, these niggas can't do all the shit y'all say they can do, yo. I do not believe that they can make a virus. Science is not proven to be able to do that. Conspiracy theorists say that. White people cannot, the damn Tuskegee experiment, that shit wasn't sophisticated. All you gotta do is get a couple old ass black people together in a time period where there wasn't no cure for syphilis. Get them together, right? Don't make them sign on paperwork, and don't let them know when the cure come through. That shit ain't no sophisticated shit. That ain't no high level trickery. We all know about it. It wasn't a secret. Ah, man, I'm tired of giving these white people this much credit over our lives, yo. No, I do not believe they're gonna make a vaccine. Matter of fact, the fucking virus works so well at decimating the black community. By the way, black power to the people, the coronavirus is attacking the black community more than everybody. So just so we know, more black people have died from the coronavirus than any other community. Just to let you know, while we call ourselves saving our people with this type of information, we're down at a high rate. So here's a question for you. If the coronavirus is killing black people at a high rate, then why give them a vaccine? Why not just let this shit kill them? Like, I'm not getting the logic. Why kill all the people that make you billions of dollars? And then why stop a virus from killing people? I don't know, man. Y'all smarter than me, dog. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm old, like bro man said. Your old niggas don't listen to the young niggas show. I'm trying to listen to the younger niggas show. But one thing I ain't gonna be a dumbass old man. So since I'm an old man, because I'm in my 50s, right? Then please tell me why they wouldn't just let the fucking virus run rampant in that community. Because it's doing its job real well. Like, if nobody in the black community was vaccinated, we'd be more decimated than we are right now. So why would the open enemy stop that process? Please explain to me why they would stop the process. Why would they give you access to a product that would stop the decimation from a virus? Why would they do that? I'm just really, really trying to figure that out. I can't understand it. And that's the only thing that makes me say, man, maybe I'm just losing this stuff. Our open enemy giving us a vaccine that's going to stop a virus that's doing a great job at killing black people at a higher rate than any other community. It would seem like to me they just give us some salt water and say the hell with it. I don't know, man. Y'all black liberators, y'all think the herbs and shit good. Y'all think we doing good in this. Y'all win, yo. I don't want to be what they call it. I don't want to commit treason. Right. So fuck it. Everybody take some supplements and run outside and have a great day with that shit then, man. But I'm gonna be the nigga that's gonna be laughing though. It's a shame.
No, this is a tennis match. It's a tennis match. Oh, let me ask y'all a question. Shawn P or Ankh might know this. How many black people actually died from the first death of corona till today?
Ooh. Oh, we pull that up.
Hold up. How many people died from corona?
Not people.
Black people.
Black people. Just in general. How many black people have died so far from the corona? Just in general. What's that number?
Yeah, I have to pull that up. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Hold on, I'm gonna get that.
Anybody can bring that number. I just want to.
But we know the rate is high though. You know that black people have died at a high rate, and but see, that's
they say 3 times more.
Huh?
They say 3 times more than white.
Yeah, but why is that? Because of medical care, right? We're not comprehending. We're not taking advantage of medical care. You know, we don't like to go to doctors as black males on a regular basis. Access to medical care, we don't have cars. A lot of people don't have cars to get there. And, you know, we generally just don't do like we're supposed to do, with that. And so we have a lot of underlying conditions. And then watch, y'all, it speaks to y'all point. Yo, I wish everybody would fuck around and look like Rebel, and have y'all on the panel, eating right. But the truth is, we not gonna eat right like that. Like, it's a dream to think that we're gonna all eat non-processed foods and grow all our food. Man, yeah, if we did that, we wouldn't have a lot of underlying conditions to the point that we do, right? You like high blood pressure, heart disease, kidney failure, a lot of diabetes. That shit is based off of your diet, right? So since no population has been known to be able to do that, especially in America. Americans is not doing it. African Americans, look at our community, Joe. They're garbage cans for food, fast food. It is all of you. So that dream, that lofty dream we got where everybody eat right, that ain't there. And even when it was during the time when we was in Africa and everybody was eating right, because that's all it was, pre-industrial age, the viruses was still decimate cholera. That shit was killing people drinking the bad water with the bacteria in it, wiping us out, the Black Plague, smallpox, wiping us out. So food has never been an answer. Diet has never been an answer. And I made the point earlier in the game. I said, but wait a minute. I said our ancestors ate the best food. They grew their food. I said the Native Americans grew their own food with no help from white people. But yet, when it came up against the smallpox, they had no protection from it. And then somebody said intelligently, well, their immune system wasn't ready for the brand new pathogen. Right. But even the Europeans' immune system that was ready for it didn't stop 54 million people from dying. So whether your immune system is working or not, getting sick is part of your immune system. That is how your immune system works. You get sick, you build up antibodies, and you may or may not die. That's your immune system. A vaccine does what? It cuts out a step. The vaccine actually stops you from catching the disease at a rate of 96%, at a rate of 95%, at a rate of 90% based off of the vaccine you're getting. Flu shot is at a rate of 65%. So while I might stand a chance, because I got Moderna, of catching the virus at 6% because it's 96% effective against disease, you all stand a 100% chance to catch it, no matter what you say. That's not trying to be funny. That's not throwing no shots. I am not afraid of white people. I wish they would give me something that I gave my whole family, my grandmother, all my kids. I got 5, all of them got it. My great grandmother, my aunt, everybody got it based off of my ability to disseminate the proper information. I wish they would have gave something that would have hurt them, yo. I just wouldn't be on this earth no more. Like I'm a ride for mine, yo, and I'm not just talking. I'm gonna do that. I wish they would. I don't believe white people got that kind of power that can get away with that. Simple as that. Matter of fact, white people's not gonna stand around and let the government kill them like that. Hell, they charge the fucking Capitol for some small shit. So if y'all think that white people is gonna let them give them something, white people got their own independent body of scientists. It's called independent body of scientists. They don't take no funding from the government. They don't trust them. They don't take nothing from the CDC. They don't take nothing from the NIH. They have their own independent scientists. Now, if we say, yo, you know what? let's put together, because the Nation of Islam then had enough millions of dollars over the last 75 years to send 30, 40, 50 kids to virology school, and we could have had our own independent body of black scientists. That's what y'all really talking about. Y'all really, I don't trust white people. Okay. So why not just invest in sending some kids to college? Ain't no way around this, y'all. But until we get that, then we got to trust the data. We got to trust the eyes of qualified black people. We got to be able to trust the experts in the situation. We have black experts. We have black doctors. Y'all can't say that all the black doctors is corrupt. We got black doctors that rep the red, the black, and the green. Like, how we gonna act like that's not what's going on? So, man, I get it, man. Yeah, how you gonna trust your open enemy? We don't. It looked like you trust them. No, we trust the data. Because science is not based off of trust. Science is based off what you can prove and verify. This data goes around the world. Scientists, you got African, unbeknown, we do have African scientists. We do have scientists in Africa. We do have black scientists in Brazil. We have black scientists all over planet Earth that have checked this vaccine out, whether y'all know it or not. And it pans out. Simple as that. And so, man, I think at the end of the day, yo, we just probably need to take like one item at a time, yo. Like, I ain't trying to win, yo. I'm saying, man, I showed you my vaccine card, yo. I mean, shit. I just suggest y'all start reading and stop giving white people so much credit. I don't know, Rebel, yo. I don't know. Hey, Rebel, you see them shoes right there, Red? Come on, Red, right there, yo.
Yeah, let's talk about them real quick. 2 minutes.
You know what that represent, though?
No question.
That represent black people helping each other and going to get their own shit. We ain't need no white people for that. We ain't need the United States government for that.
Say your website real quick, huh?
Abjuwear, ABDJUWEAR. Abju. The red, the black, and the green. Y'all mean that right there. But I wanted to do something. Rebel invested his fucking money. Rebel know that we don't need no white people to go make them shoes to go for our own design. Rebel know that. We, like, white people don't got that much power over us, yo. We don't got to do the Nike thing. We can go to the same place. Man, them shoes right there is made in the same factory that Fila make their shit. Oh, I'm just trying to make a point, yo. Like, we need to stop thinking like slaves. That ain't no shot. Slaves don't have choices. The start of the conversation is, do we have a choice? You goddamn right, we got a choice. But what we want is, we want an informed choice. Why is a nigga that represent red, black, and green? He feed his family off of red, black, and green. He stand a chance of losing everybody that ever fuck with him. Why would this nigga go this way? Y'all should ask yourself that, yo.
Good question. Can I share my screen?
Please do.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think everybody can do it.
Thank you. I got it. Go to the right stuff.
Yo, by the way, Brother John.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, much respect.
That's it.
Much respect. You've been patient as
brother.
hell.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, Brother Ankh, I have to speak on behalf of the red, black, and green, at least here in Atlanta. And I think, the question is, why are we so hesitant in regards to the vaccine? So I mentioned, earlier, the requirement or, that it be coming, every 6 months you had to get a booster shot. Your brother made a very eloquent argument, but I think the CDC is going to disagree with what he was saying. So this is the CDC, September 1st, 2021. And we got to understand something, that's why I try to be brief. And I like the fact that you brothers bring the information, show your screen. But one thing that we teach is that in the streets of the blind, the one-eyed man is considered the guiding light. So if we make a very eloquent to individuals that we know are majority ignorant, we can be very misleading. And I don't mean that, in any.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So when can I get a COVID-19 vaccine? Says not immediately. The goal from the CDC is for people to start receiving COVID-19 booster shot beginning in the fall. So that'll be very soon, with the individuals being eligible starting 8 months after their second dose. Says nothing about any type of elderly or anything like that. This is talking about everybody. So
keep reading.
Thing is the goal. Let me just get a couple of things and I'll let you respond. No.
I was just saying keep reading though. Go ahead.
Who'll get the first to get the shot? FDA authorizes and ACIP recommends a booster dose. People who were first to receive a COVID-19 vaccine when they became available in early 2021. This vaccine, according to the CDC, has only been available since 2021 this year. Very, very new in regards to vaccines. They do say that it's a safe vaccine. Obviously, they would say that. But one thing that they're touching on, that it helps you against the widely circulating Delta variant. So even as of September 1st, the key thing was the Delta variant. They haven't even gotten to the Mu variant yet. The last couple of things I want to touch on is those and the Johnson & Johnson. I think we talked about that earlier. If you have received the Johnson & Johnson, can you get the Moderna and Pfizer booster? And the problem is this is an mRNA vaccine. As we talked about, mRNA, messenger RNA. My understanding, I'm not all the chemists and all that stuff, but messenger RNA is the programming for your DNA. It basically tells your DNA what to produce. So we talk about being programmed by these people, and that's actually what we're doing. And I know that there's science behind mRNA, and we can trust it and all that stuff at an extent, but
it's just not it doesn't get to your DNA at all.
Yeah, you messed that up. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
you scared me. You scared me. I almost wanted to give it back, yo.
But my point is, it's just questionable.
I got you.
And I know that these things take time. And the last thing I mentioned is you talked about the vaccines that we received as a child. And I put those up, like these vaccines, from the 20s, 30s, and the 50s. So over 20 and 30 years of development. I think the latest one for our time is hepatitis B, which was developed in the 80s, which could be considered experimental for us. But these things are happening right now while we speak, and we're talking about the safety of it. My wife wants to say a comment. She's a nurse.
As somebody, I work in emergency medicine right now, and the numbers that are being presented from what I see are skewed. I have sent a number of fully vaccinated patients back to the hospital. And the vaccine is not to reduce the rate of transmission. It has nothing to do with the rate of transmission. It is to reduce the severity of symptoms that you may get if you are reinfected or if there's a breakthrough. It has nothing to do with transmission. So I just want to make that clear. And then also,
yeah, we never discussed transmission.
We never had that conversation.
But we can.
One thing in science is during a pandemic, it is 101 to not create a vaccine because that's when mutations occur. And if we look at how things have panned out, once that vaccine was released, that's when mutations started, right?
No.
So I just put that out there, and those are my 2 cents. Thank you for letting me share.
Hey, I appreciate that. Hey, John, you and your wife.
Go ahead, bro.
Appreciate the questions. Real quick, just want to give some clear up some things, right? Because you went to you went to the CDC to talk about the booster. Now I'm gonna say this again, but a little bit slower. All right. Now I'm gonna use a hell of a source from an epidemiologist who sat there through 8 hours and dealt with the whole thing. Okay. Now, this was a biologics meeting with the FDA. This was reviewed by the panelists who also did the EUA approval. Okay. They even had Israel there and had other instances of everything that was going on. And they talked about the efficacy and safety of the booster shots and the recommendations from the Israel study. However, what you see on my screen is basically the walkthrough process for everything that took place. Our local epidemiologist is, in summary, is showing us, right? This is Pfizer's vaccine because that's what this third shot was about, because Pfizer's approved already. So this third shot was about the approval of a third one for Pfizer. So I'm just trying to show you the difference from what you had on the CDC screen and what took place at the FDA meeting regarding the booster shot. This is not to say you didn't have the information or knew where to get the information or anything like that, right? Just trying to, try to give some validity of where the science is today versus what the CDC has on the website still. Okay, so it says here that Pfizer shared their third shot clinical trial data, and they talked about how safe it was. And they even talked about the side effects, which is important for Black people, side effects. The side effects from the third vaccine, and I'm just going to sum it up for you, was reduced. That means you had less people with fever, fatigue, headache, chills, vomiting, diarrhea, muscle pain, joint pain, who got the third vaccine versus those who got the second vaccine. They were reduced. So it was more safety involved. But there was still some people who did, but it wasn't at the rate it was for people who got it and reported any side effects. All right. So now we move on, and these two charts right here, they're breaking down the Israel study to show from age groups who had what reactions and there, so on and so forth. Okay. Anybody want it? I don't mind dropping it in the Zoom for you to get it. However, again, this is about booster because that's where you went to. Okay. So I'm going to jump my screen here, but I'm still going to share because this is very, very important. I'm going to go down. Here is the QA at the FDA meeting. It says, while there is so little reporting on cellular immune response, right? This is dealing with something. And instead of just naturalizing antibodies, what evidence does Pfizer have? And what does cellular immune response look like for the average person? Pfizer responded by saying it had great data on the memory B and T cell response after immunization. Anyone unfamiliar with that, you got to know what the B and T cell does and its role in protection, because that is where you can find the antibodies and so forth. Now, it says B and T cell immunity isn't good at protecting against infection and spread. We need neutralizing antibodies to do this. It says, why not make a third dose for Delta variant specifically? Well, Pfizer says Delta is not escaping immunity like Beta is or was. There is scientific evidence that protection is not just wanting for Delta, it's wanting for other variants too. So this isn't mainly a Delta problem, it's more of a timing problem, right? So then they go in and they give you some information regarding the virus's insogenic and recombinant SARS-CoV-2 strands and the variants. As you can see from the bottom, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Delta AY1, Lambda, etc. And then you have the US version, which is on the West Coast. Now, and then it gives the vaccine effectiveness over a duration of time. It's going months and months and months and months. It's going there. That happens anytime you give a booster shot to a person. The booster shot, not the initial vaccine, the booster wands after a certain period of time. Then it goes on to the discussion of what's taking place here. And as you can see, the committee needed to vote. Do the safety and effectiveness data clinical trial support approval of the booster dose for at least 6 months after completion of the primary series of use in individuals 16 years of age and older? 2 people said yes, 16 said no. It did not pass. Many voting members votes no because of the age definition in the question. They rather a booster for older adults right now. Many members admitted they think a third dose is coming, but need more data. So they came back for a second vote. They ultimately decided that the third dose was necessary for a few groups. Here's the groups that they're giving you the booster for: 65 and older, certain medical conditions, certain occupations like healthcare. Like your wife, if she's vaccinated right now, she would be considered for the third dose. So the committee's recommendations will go to the FDA, who will likely make the decision. The other day, they made that decision, right, to do elderly immunocompromised in healthcare. Now, there was a third vote because Dr. Jetlina, she left early. She came back to update us. She said they voted yes for the third shot for 65 plus, 6 months after first series, and those at high risk of serious illness. They also suggested that ACIP add in those with occupational exposures in their meetings. So they took the third one off the table and said recommend the third one, which would be healthcare workers, frontliners who are often exposed. So the FDA will likely approve the third Pfizer dose for those 65 years and older. So what I said initially, when I made the assertion, is that we, people like me and you, we don't need a booster shot. That's because the science stands with us and not more so the elderly. So I'm not in conflict with the CDC and what I basically said. I am standing on the actual scientific data. Now, that was regarding Pfizer. And, you know, you can throw in the mix of Moderna, but Johnson & Johnson, because you brought that up, and it talked about in your screen, can people who've had the single dose shot of Johnson & Johnson, which is not an mRNA vaccine, it's an adenovirus vector, there is science that suggests that people can get the mRNA vaccines. But a study came out 2 days ago. In that study, it projected that people can get a second dose of Johnson & Johnson. And in the second dose of Johnson & Johnson, immunity increase or protection increase from against the spread of infectious disease. Hospitalization and deaths, of course, stayed the same. So with the second shot, it showed that the protection gets up to 95%, making it just as effective as the mRNA vaccine. So what's the difference between the adenovirus vector vaccines and mRNA vaccines? Adenovirus vector vaccines uses the code. It just basically, that's what the code is in general. You know, when you say, man, I'm coming down with a cold or I got a head cold or something like that, that's a virus infecting you. Now, they use a modified version of the adenovirus, and they do what they need to do with it to tweak it to make it susceptible at providing it. So that's a second generation vaccine. They give you that. That's if you want old technology. So if people got a problem with the mRNA vaccines, they got the old technology for you. You can use that and move forward from there.
A couple questions. Are you recommending all vaccines or only the Pfizer vaccine?
If I had to make a recommendation for anyone, I'm going to say all the vaccines. But if you ask me which one do I choose, I'm going to say Moderna. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I chose Moderna.
Now, the good question that you could say, why Moderna? Well, I can't really say this is as a definitive answer, but I'm going to say against Delta, Moderna had the best numbers. The best numbers against the spread of infectious disease. It was 88%. It went from 94% to 88%. Pfizer went from 96% against the other variants. Against Delta, it went down to 64%. That's another reason that Pfizer as a company wanted to give a third shot, because they wanted to increase the effectiveness in its vaccine. Now that can be a whole nother argument, but the 64% is still great protection. When Ankh just told you that the flu vaccines, and that's not in all flu vaccines, was over 60%, because we've had some flu vaccines that were just 39% effective.
I think, can y'all see this? Everybody see this?
Yeah, they can see it.
That's a virology textbook, 5th edition. Vincent Racconello. He teach a class online, right? Got a part. This is another book. This is it's a 2-volume set, college level book. And I just felt like anybody having a discussion and talking about the potential lives of our people should at least buy textbooks on the subject matter. And we're not just saying buy any old book. We're saying an actual textbook on virology to understand, to understand viruses and to understand your immune system, how it works before you start running your fat mouth about what this is and end up at a crazy generated white person website who's just trying to make money off of supplements and probably vaccinated himself. So we just took the time to read the textbook and actually listen in to the serious podcast on how viruses work, how the immune system works. We've been kind of doing this for the last 3 years now. If you look back and check the record, right, I actually debated the largest anti-vaccine community in the world, which happened to be white people. Just for the record, this ain't been a black person thing, okay? And Robert F. Kennedy Jr., all right, he was the money behind the situation. So I was actually going against the Kennedys and their money, okay? Del Bigtree, he produced 2 movies, Vax 1 and Vax 2, whole movie full of misinformation. It was also a scientist on the board and another person sells supplements. So, I'm in there in Harlem, packed house, right? And I'm going against these white people trying to tell me, here's the game they was playing. Well, y'all shouldn't trust the government because y'all black people. And I was like, that's just kind of weird to me. Like, I don't need you to tell me who to trust. I just need the information. I can read and discern for myself based off what I'm reading. You cannot get me with that game right there where, well, since it's white people, which is really not, because hell, who was the head of the, hey Shawn, what's the name of the person who's actually head of all doctors now? What's his name? What's it called? Damn, yo.
The number one
black
leader,
guy.
You talking about Dr. Hildreth?
No, yeah, he's been appointed as the head medical doctor. On the staff.
Dr. James Hildreth is the only one that I can think of right now.
What's his position?
He won a Nobel Peace Prize
I need to share something with y'all.
Huh?
I need to share something with y'all. Finish that conversation.
Okay. He won a Nobel Peace Prize for research he did on HIV. He's one of the leading infectious disease people, and he leads up the University of Fisk medical community and Vanderbilt. He works out of Fisk, and the students from Vanderbilt leave a highly touted private school to go to Fisk to learn about viruses, vaccines, and the whole 9 yards from the expert. But you're talking about the Surgeon General. Ankh, you on mute or something.
Can I jump in there?
I don't know what Ankh is, but go ahead.
A couple things I want to say. Like, I appreciate you, brothers, especially with the scholarly information, but I don't know if we can put scholarly recommendations and scholarly work and research above governmental policy. What someone says is best, or what they think is best, or their personal or private company results, those are wonderful and great. But what's important for my people is what the major governmental organizations are saying about the requirement for these.
Check your date.
Couple things. Check the dates.
Yeah. Look, the reason that I'm saying that is because the article's from August 10th. What I just gave,
that's a month and a half from the World Health Organization. Go ahead.
Correct. So before you read it, I wanted you to know that, because I just gave you information from the FDA voting from the 17th of September.
You were sharing from the FDA website?
No. I gave you an epidemiologist who sat there that was a part of the meeting. Today, the External Review Board of the FDA, called the Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, met to answer 2 important questions. Dr. Jedlina was at that meeting for 8 hours, sat there. So I'm giving you the information from notes that was taken from the FDA board. All right.
So
hold on. Hold on. I want to make this clear. The vote took place on the 17th of September. We got data from the 17th of September.
Okay.
So that supersedes any booster talk. Now they've been trying to recommend it and make an argument for it.
So you're saying a recommendation that was voted on in the FDA supersedes the World Health Organization?
Trump got away from them, didn't he?
Right.
Remember, Trump was like, we ain't mess with them.
I'm gonna say it. No. I don't want to confuse it. Good question, John. Good question, John. What I'm going to tell you is, in the United States of America, yes, it does. Because the FDA.
All right, and I respect that.
Yeah, the FDA voted.
People, we are mostly here, but again, I'm a Garveyite, my brother. We believe Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad, throughout the diaspora. Most of our people are not in the United States. So again, this is what I'm fighting for. Maybe the other brothers might have been a little bit individualistic in regard to their defense of the vaccine, but it's not necessarily about me. Personally, I think, your individual opinion, whatever you think is fine, but forcing it upon my people is something that I have an issue with. May I continue with this document? I will take that as a yes. A couple things. I'm very brief. Y'all know I'm not long-winded.
Yeah, you good.
Two things I want to state. One is interim statement on the COVID-19 booster dose. So basically, they put a pause on their recommendation to have the booster dose. And we have to ask ourselves why they did that.
What they say?
Consider why they did it. One was a waning immunity. Neither an immune correlation or protection nor an immune correlate for the duration of protection can be established to date. Okay. Another thing, vaccine. This is the most important. Number 2, vaccine effectiveness from the World Health Organization month. Data are currently insufficient to determine if there is a significant decline in vaccine effectiveness against any form of clinical illness from SARS-CoV-2 infection beyond 6 months of vaccination. So again, we're going back to the 6 months. We're only in
read it again.
Did you read? Whoa! Did you read what you just read? Though, read that again.
Data are currently insufficient to determine if there is a significant decline in vaccine effectiveness against any form of clinical illness from SARS-CoV-2 infection beyond 6 months after vaccination.
Now slow it down. It says data.
Come on, Shawn. Just
tell me about the data.
Yo. It says
insufficient.
You read it again, yo. Read it slow. It's telling you that there's not insufficient evidence to prove that it's actually waning. Waning means to decline. They don't have that evidence. You just killed yourself. I'm glad you used a good source, but the source supports us. This is normally what happens.
I'm talking about neither an immune correlate or a protection nor an immune correlate for the duration of protection has been established to date. That helps you?
Yeah, you just read it. Read it again.
The fact that the vaccine don't do nothing and they know that helps?
No, read it again. Seriously, don't. Come on, yo. You smart. You sharp.
Neither an immune correlate or protection, nor an immune correlate for the duration of protection has been established to date.
Right. So what's the subject matter? What are we talking about?
They have no correlation between the vaccine and an immunity.
No. The subject matter is talking about a third dose, yo. We're
not on vaccines. We're on a third dose.
Right. So we know the vaccine.
We're on a third dose of the vaccine and a Pfizer vaccine. Not all.
So what I'm saying is they know it works because it went through the clinical trial.
They know it works, but they say are currently insufficient to determine if there's a significant decline in vaccine effectiveness against any form of SARS-CoV-2 infection beyond 6 months after vaccination.
So what does decline? What does the word decline mean?
To decrease. Come on, my brother.
Right. So you just said it. So read it again. It says there's not enough evidence to prove that there's a decrease in the vaccine effectiveness. Now, I know that's what it's saying. Now, maybe I'm tripping because it's getting late, but I thought that's what it said.
That's true. You're right. You're right.
Right. So what I'm saying is, man, like, we read these documents all the time. You're reading these documents now. You're very highly intelligent. All you got, so now you see, now you can understand why our people is fucked up because they don't got the level of schooling that you got.
But my brother, hold on. Before we go there, one thing I just want to point out in regards to the 6 months, as I said, they just started doing vaccines earlier this year. That the Delta variant popped out this year. The Mu variant just popped out this summer. There's no way that they have data to support, you know, the
I got it on. Don't worry.
Of vaccines.
John, unshare your screen, John. Unshare your screen.
It's too much. It's too much. We get
John, unshare your screen, bro.
Hey, Shawn, before you bring the scientific data, let me educate the people on 3 things here is at play. I just want you to know there are 3 things at play when it comes to vaccines. There's the politics, which is the government. There's the media, and then there's science. Right now, while you're talking about variants, you're really giving us the media standpoint on it. So a variant is nothing. We have a new variant. We have plenty of variants of the flu every year. That's not a big deal. They had a different variant with the smoke. That's not a big deal. They've made variants a big deal. Evolution occurs on all living organisms. So of course, there's going to always be variation. That's all it is. 2 or 3 proteins different. It's just a variation. It's not as big a deal as you make it. So they was already made the vaccine to deal with evolution because the vaccine itself is really evolutionary minded. But the media, right, and the politicians, like them crazy white boys that be talking to Fauci, he be trying to have a normal conversation and end up back and forth like we be doing. Dude, that's crazy. Trust me with that, yo. Go ahead, Shawn, with the data. I just want to show y'all with the video.
One quick thing to what you said, and then Brother Shawn can go. But if this variant thing wasn't as crazy as I'm saying it is, there wouldn't have been a big of an issue when this Delta thing popped out and started killing more people than the previous one. And then this Mu thing is popping out now, and they don't know what it's going to do. So if it was really that simple, you know, it wouldn't be that big of an issue.
No, I'm not.
All of these boosters.
No, I got you. I'm just thinking, the vaccine was ready for that, though. And what you just read kind of proved that. So remember, they had the clinical trial. So they actually got how long is it, Shawn? About what? Close to a year and a half now?
Yeah, it's almost 2 years.
Arms, right?
It's almost 2 years.
Yeah, it's almost 2 years, yo. You forgetting about the clinical trial. It's not an experiment. Yeah, it's not. I just want you to know that the vaccines are not an experiment. They already experimented on the people. They experimented on 40,000, 30,000 people. Literally. Here you go. You gonna sign up for it? And they did it. Just for the record. So this is the shots we getting, brother. It's not experiment. I didn't sign no paper to say, yeah, you can experiment with me. Now, if y'all can prove that, yo, then I'm gonna be the first one to charge the hell. Because I told you, my grandmother took it, my aunts took it, so I'm gonna be the first one to charge the hill, yo, if we find out that they gave us an experimental vaccine, dog. That's not true.
I'm trying to show you, man. I want to interject real quick. I want to answer Brother John real quick.
The fact that you said that you got your whole family vaccinated, the fact that you went all the way with that, I can respect that, big dog. You know what I mean? The fact that you went all the way and you practicing what you preach, you know what I mean? You know, I can respect that. So, hey, man, I salute y'all level of professionalism with the information and how y'all putting it down. You know what I mean? And much power to all of y'all brothers. I'm gonna sign off, man. You know what I mean? Blessings to all of y'all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, blessings to you, brother. And I really appreciate your demeanor overall, right? And I appreciate your professionalism. I really appreciate. We started off rocky, but I realized I was on a panel of think, right? And if we just take our time, we can figure out why is this red, black, and green nigga talking that shit. We could really figure it out, but everybody not gonna be y'all though. Everybody don't have that acumen. Like this is not this for the big boys. This level of comprehension watch this, 90% of people in America are illiterate when it comes to science. So apply that number to the black community. If it's 90% overall, then what do you think the black community is? Bad enough, most people aren't even on a 5th grade reading level. We forget that. So what we're reading now, the way we're comprehending now, the way y'all are really absorbing, hearing it the real way, everybody don't got that. It's up to us, the leaders, right? The people who in the UNIA, right? Like, be honest with you, bro. I'm really, really mad because if y'all really understood how these motherfucking white boys brought up all the fucking vaccines where our people can't even get to it like that, dog. See, that's the shit I'm mad about that y'all don't get there. Because I can't get past that. Man, Haiti didn't have $9 billion to buy no fucking vaccines before. These motherfuckers had money to throw away, yo. They actually invested in 9 vaccines, yo, and only 3 of them made it. So that means they threw away the other billions of dollars like it wasn't shit. No third world country, no African country got that. They gotta wait to the end to see if it actually can go to the market then buy it. But guess what? They can't fucking buy it because all the rich countries got it. Now they gotta get, we call it piecemeal. Now they gotta depend on the white man to get their vaccine. That's the shit we should be talking about. It ain't right. There is a program that's supposed to kind of help them out, but nigga, that ain't that. I'm saying that shit. That's the real travesty there. That people, that countries, that they bought up all the fucking vaccines that our community actually think is killing us. Fuck no, they bought that shit up because it was gold, dog. It was gold. It was gold, bro. They don't give a fuck about black people like y'all think they do. Trust me, dog. They don't give a fuck about Africa. They don't give a fuck about the Amazon basin. They don't give a fuck about them. Y'all think they do. Dog, I'm here to tell you that they brought all this shit up. And now places like Haiti and third world countries in Africa and all those small countries, yo, they gotta wait, dog. Like, how's that right, yo? Think about that. So we gotta really think about what the fuck we talking about, yo. Because I'm saying black people has been marginalized. I'm talking about if we on our Pan-African shit, nigga, we should be on some wild shit right about that. Yeah, that really, we should be. Trust me when I tell you. I just want y'all to think about that, yo.
Hey, man, much respect. Hey, brother Rebels, man. Salute, man, for having me on your show, man. Eduardo, salute, brother, for having me on your show, man.
You get your info from Eduardo.
Yeah, man. All right, brother brother Shawn, brother John.
Hey, peace, bro.
Be blessed, man.
Stay safe in the shy, yo.
All day.
You might know my people's out there, yo.
That's what's up.
Hey, John. So real quick, I just wanted to show y'all, right? That, you know, real quick how science works. And I'm not going to take all day. I'm just going to hit it real quick. I'm trying to share, but it keep kicking me. But
science is counterintuitive, yo. I just want to let y'all know.
They test the vaccines against every variant that comes out. Anytime there's a new variant, can I share my screen, bro? Please.
I can't.
All right. So every time a new vaccine a new variant emerges, they're going to test it against the virus. When the South African variant emerged, when the Indian variant emerged, when the UK variant emerged, when the South American variant emerged, when new variants in America popped up, they tested them all against these different variants. As you can see on this chart, Gamma, Beta, Alpha, pre-Delta, Delta, pre-Delta, Delta, right here, all in the orange. They have the data right here. And I ran them down to you earlier regarding its effectiveness. Pfizer, Moderna, J&J. Right here.
They haven't even heard of them, John. That's funny that the media don't talk about
natural
that.
Natural infection. Even natural infection. Look, 2.5 times reinfection rate than wild type. That means if you already had COVID again, you doubled and a half your chances of being reinfected again. Then look, it says it gives you the rates. So pre-Delta period, the vaccine was 96% 14 days after the second dose, 80% 100 days after the second dose. Protection warning, nursing home 74, healthcare workers 91. Delta period 92, 2 weeks after second dose. 65, 250 days out. Protection warning, nursing home 52, healthcare workers 66. Hospitalizations 100% clinical trial, 94% real world. Death rate 100% clinical trial, 99% real world. Delta period, hospitalizations 93%, 2 months after full vaccination, 78%, 5 months down the line, possible warning. 64 and over population, 73 to 77% and warning. Then you go on to Pfizer, Moderna, which is the middle one. This is Moderna. And I'm going to give you the Delta period. 95, 2 weeks after the second dose, 70%, 250 days after the second dose. Nursing home, 51%, healthcare workers, 66. Hospitalizations, 100% clinical trial, 94% real world. Death rate, 100% clinical trial, 98% real world. Hospitalization, 93%, 120 days after full, 92%, 120 days full vaccination. No warning. You have possible warning here in Pfizer. Moderna, no warning. 65 plus population hospitalization, 87% and no warning. That's why I said, we're comparing the vaccines now. We're seeing which one better for our people. The first two I basically gave you the data on. And then Johnson & Johnson, same thing. 49 to 78% no warning during the Delta period. Pre-Delta, it was 68% for people over 50 years old. Clinical trial, 100% here. So they don't really give you much. Hospitalization, 60 to 81%. Death rate, 91 to 96%. So it was, it prevents death. And then it goes on from there. So they're highly effective, right? But John, your wife said earlier.
Yeah, we ain't talked to her yet.
Yeah, I kind of let this go, but I just want to hit on it real quick. She talked about the rate of transmission. There's no scientific data that exists that would ever suggest that vaccinated people are transmitting the virus. I'm gonna say that slowly. There's no scientific data that exists that states conclusively that vaccinated people are transmitting anything. So we have to be very careful here when we have the transmission conversation, because unvaccinated people are transmitted very highly. Now, what people have confused is viral load. When you're dealing with viral load, they say people who have had a breakthrough infection have a high viral load. The same viral load an unvaccinated person has. And that's basically when they're testing and they're swabbing you up in your nose, how much of the virus is actually contained in you. But what is also not stated is after 2 or 3 days, that viral load reduces so fast. So you can't be shedding, you can't shed, and your viral load is reduced, and your symptoms don't last long. Therefore, it's proof that the vaccines prevent the things that it says it does, which she said prevents the spread of infectious disease, because she said it reduces the symptoms. That's what all vaccines do, reduce the symptoms and make them very likely comparable to a common cold. Go on.
So key word, it's a breakthrough infection. So they tell you right off the rip, nothing is perfect. If we run around thinking the vaccines was force field, then you got it wrong. No medicine, no herb, no nothing. Nothing on earth, man-made or non-man-made, is perfect. But if we just use the Moderna at a 96% chance, that there's a 6% chance that you will have a breakthrough infection. So at that point, breakthrough infection, we got to know the difference between infection and disease. People always interchange it, right? But they get it all messed up. So like we say that SARS-CoV-2 is the virus. COVID-19 is the actual disease that the virus causes. Infection, you get infected, right? Vaccines wasn't even made to stop infection. They was made to stop the disease COVID-19 at a 96% rate. But as a consequence, breakthrough infections is rare. Now, how many people actually talk about this on a regular basis and actually understand that point right there? So now you see how crazy, unqualified white people anti-vax community can actually trip you up with that type stuff. Where it didn't stop infections, they didn't make it to stop infections. They made it to stop disease. But who's going to tell you that? You got to read it in biology books. You can't listen to these crazy people. Infection and disease is two separate things. Vaccines, once again, is made to stop the disease. That's why they tell you, yo, you stand a 99% chance of not going to the hospital. You stand a 99% chance of not even catching the goddamn any symptoms or going to the hospital dying. Like, they work. How do you know they work? Where the hell is smallpox at? This is the part that gets sticky. Where's smallpox at? See, this one is getting good. Like, smallpox ain't went nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. Where's yellow fever at? Yellow fever ain't went no goddamn where. Hepatitis B. How about rabies? Rabies ain't went no damn where. How about this? Rabies, right? Rabies is the only virus that you can get bit, and they got the vaccine. They can give it to you after you've been bit, because rabies takes a long time to express itself. So they can actually give you the shot. That's a vaccine. I bet y'all going to, if y'all get bit by a wild animal, everybody on this motherfucker will go get that goddamn vaccine. Because rabies is a horrible death. It's a horrible death. Y'all gonna get that shot. Trust me when I tell you. So the misinformation is rampant. That's why I can't stand Inky or none of them niggas. The red pill, the blue pill, because they are explicit in giving y'all misinformation. Yeah, we all fuck with them pre-pandemic, but now they are explicit in telling beautiful black people that are herb and the. So hold on. Since I never got to answer my question, let me tell you this. Why can't food and herbs stop you from catching a virus? Shawn said it earlier. Because food and herbs do not cause an immune response. What do I mean? In the virology literature, in the immunology literature, when you're born with self. Self means everything that you came to earth with is called self. Non-self is anything that enters your body. So like when a person gets a heart transplant, although humans have a heart, the heart that you're getting transplanted is considered non-self. And so they have to give you immune suppressant drugs so that your body won't attack it. Okay? So how can we eat food and not get an immune response? How can we take herb and not get an immune response? Because Uncle just said you got self and non-self. Herbs and food is non-self. But those molecules, the body recognizes it as innocuous. Innocuous means, right, non-harmful. Now, the only time food can cause an immune response is if you have an allergic reaction, which means there's something wrong with your immune system. So people have shellfish, they're allergic to shellfish. Some people are allergic to peanuts. This shit will fucking kill you. Why? Because there's something wrong with your immune system. But normally speaking, right, it is innocuous. Your body does not recognize those molecules as being dangerous. The same thing with your herbs. The body recognizes it as non-self, but innocuous. Okay? So, niggas running around talking about, yo, take that. Vitamins and all that shit is therapeutic. It's after the fact. A vaccine stops you from catching a virus. So they're lying to you and they're stealing your money because it could never do that. It could never cause an immune response, not unless something is wrong with your immune system. They call that immunodeficiency. I'm saying like lupus, immunodeficiency. Like if you're allergic to pollen, that's the immunodeficiency. It's something wrong with your immune system. You're not supposed to just be fucking walking outside, you know what I'm saying, and be coughing and choking off of pollen. Your body's supposed to recognize that it's non-harmful, but it doesn't. That means it's something wrong with your immune system. But on an everyday old working day, bro, Food don't do it. So you can eat as healthy as you want. Your ass is grass to them viruses. Viruses predate human beings. They have evolved. They have forged they're forged by the evolutionary process. Your DNA has viruses in it. Everybody sitting on this show got the herpes virus in you. You just don't know it. It might not express itself. Every time we breathe is what is it? 10th to the 5th power? What is it, Shawn? We breathe in billions of viruses. Every breath you take, your immune system is working. But every now and then, right, your immune system can't handle it. So listen, niggas need to start reading up, yo. Don't listen to nobody. Don't fucking believe me. Don't go get some fucking textbooks, man. I don't want to hear that's white man textbook, man. Knock it the fuck off, yo. Like at a certain point, we got to realize that. Let me ask y'all a question. Since all white people are evil, so what about the Underground Railroad? Without white people, the Quakers and the Underground Railroad, what do we actually have, y'all? Let me answer. A bunch of niggas standing outside. Without the abolitionary movement, white people, remember white people at a certain point start passing laws against slavery. France and Britain, they was like, we don't want to do it. United States was like, fuck y'all. So you had a certain group of white people to realize that this shit was crazy. Or, let me say this, realize that economically didn't make no more sense no more. Because remember, it was the global economy, right? It was like, this shit don't make no sense no more. It's illegal. So they used to capture American ships trying to bring slaves. And they take them back to Africa, right? But the Americans say, fuck that. America said, fuck that. Well, watch this. They fought a whole war over niggas. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. White people fought a war. The people in the South say, fuck y'all, we need these slaves. People in the North say, nah, we ain't doing it no more. They fought a war. So how do we play this white people game? Like, we trust white people to drive off. We go to the hospital, we have babies. We put them in an FDA-approved car seat. I don't see y'all niggas looking at all the material made for the car seat. Oh, I don't think that plastic right on way them inside. Y'all don't do that. Every time you open the refrigerator, I don't see you looking at every FDA-approved food item. By the way, food kill more people every year. So before y'all eat the next thing, yo, you better know that eating food is more dangerous than fucking with a vaccine. Simple foodborne, they call it foodborne pathogens. Salmonella. All y'all vegans, oh my God. They got recalls on spinach and cabbage and all that shit all the time, y'all. So all this fear about vaccines, everybody has been vaccinated to go to school and everybody is here. And all those diseases y'all been vaccinated against is still there. So if y'all want to play the game and keep talking that don't vaccine, I dare y'all. If y'all want to go back to Africa, I dare y'all go back to Africa without no damn vaccine. People in Africa is crying for vaccines, yo. What's the number one killer of black babies? The number two killer of black babies in Africa. Do y'all know? Diarrhea. Huh, you didn't know that? Diarrhea. Third world countries, diarrhea is the number 2 killer. Okay, diarrhea is a pathogen. Okay, they have vaccines against that. People in Africa need medical care. They need the virus. If not for the United States fucking army, why y'all playing? And none of us could do it. If not for the United States army, that y'all claim is all white people, nigga, the Ebola shit be still rolling in Africa. Remember that, yo? Yo, they gave you a vaccine. That's why we don't got Ebola in Africa. So I don't know how to do. I don't know what to tell y'all about looking at a person and think y'all can tell who they are. I don't know about that, right? I don't trust people, period. So I deal with scientific literacy. That way, red pill and blue pill can't trick me. Because I can look at the data. Mr. Inky can't trick me. Ali Muhammad can't trick me. Polite can't trick me with all that shit. All the herb doctors that y'all love. Yo, I'm not listening to them. Where is your data produced? I want to see the data. Rebel, you know I fucks with you. Rebel, when you do business with us, yo, you don't be saying, yo, here, you be like, yo, this, I want to make sure this makes sense. You ain't just trusting niggas. You want to make sure it makes sense. So I'm telling you, at this point, all these supplement salesmen and CMOS producers and all that, yo, man. So It's the clinical trials, y'all. Like y'all can look this up. Y'all know the difference between a quack and a doctor, yo. In the 1800s, yo, it wasn't no different, yo. They was all fucking ludicrous. They killed George Washington with the bloodletting, nigga. The nigga simply had a cold. They ain't know what the fuck he had, and they killed him by letting out too much blood. Nigga had a simple cold. Killed him. The wars that these white boys was fighting, yo, with these ships. See, y'all think white people was super slick. No. The wars that Britain was fighting against the French. Remember, the French had the best navies, right? These niggas would fight a war and would lose 100 people, but the scurvies would kill 20,000 of them. Y'all looking at the wrong enemy. I'm telling you that understanding what scurvies was, right, actually helped Britain take over the world because now they can ride in their ships. How did they understand what scurvies was? For the first time in human history, they have your first clinical trial, and they figured it out. And guess what it was? I hate to tell y'all, ain't nobody know what the fuck vitamin C was in the 1800s, y'all. In the 1600s, they didn't know. They did a clinical trial and realized that the motherfuckers, it took the fucking lemon juice, got better, and the motherfuckers just ate the meat and all that, they fucking died. They didn't get better. So then they narrowed it down. They say, well, we gave these niggas some lemons or some lime. They was better. So then guess what they did? They started saying, yo, we gonna start taking fruit on ships with us. That helped them conquer the world. Y'all think it was their guns? It was the understanding of infectious disease that helped them conquer the fucking world, y'all. So Africans were the first people to do this. So stop running away from high level African science, yo. We cannot run from this. We can understand this, yo. We can read all these books. Dude, I ain't the best motherfucking reader in the bunch in this motherfucker. But goddamn it, I'll take my time, look at the word, read that, like that document, Brother John, we read 3-4 times. Nigga, I read it 10 more times so I figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Because this shit is for the expert. This is expert material, nigga. They never expect you to read the shit. Y'all nigga, man, Shawn showed you that the only thing in the vaccines, these new ones, was fucking oil, sugar, fats, right? Oil, sugar, and fats. And one more thing, right? Y'all looked at the technical name and thought it was something other than that. No, it wasn't. It just was the high-level technical name. But it was sugar, fats, my fault, sugar, fats, and saline. That's it. Why ain't they telling us, dog? Like, what's the joke? I'm sitting around saying, the other vaccines that we was taking as kids was more dangerous than this shit we got right now. And I'm saying vaccine science is vaccine science. That's why I tried to make the point. The point was clear. Dude, we all been vaccinated. What crazy mental white people made us think that it was ever more than the vaccine, yo? Why is we going through all this, yo? Like, it's just a fucking vaccine, yo. Like, it's public health. You niggas, white people are fucking greedy, yo. White people want as many niggas spending money as they can. Y'all really think that white people want the world closed down? The United States is a 24-hour machine, yo. And when that 24-hour machine shut down, nigga, they went to war against the enemy that attacked them, yo. They went to war like no other, yo. And for everybody to say the shit was early, they made the vaccine too soon, I personally right now want to apologize to all the brothers on the panel. I apologize if them niggas didn't give y'all a phone call 50 years ago to let you know they was working on the coronavirus. Because they was. I'm sorry they didn't call y'all niggas up. Next time, I'll make sure, hey, Rebel, I'm gonna make sure they working on some shit and sign so they give you a call and let you know. So they've been working on that shit for 50 years, y'all. Guess why we don't know? Because it's on a need to know basis. Now, I knew about it because I read scientific literature. I subscribe to science magazines that cost you $300 to be a part of the club. What nigga you know want to spend $300 a year for a subscription? Not many. You know what I'm saying? Like these books right here is damn near $300. I'm saying, so I knew about the process, right? I knew it took 50 years, right? Here's our problem for y'all, and I'm gonna shut this conversation down. Most people will tell you that the shit ain't safe, right? It ain't safe, it ain't safe. But they can't tell you why it wasn't safe at first and how they fixed it. I'm gonna say it again. You hear anti-vaxxers and misinformed black people, they'll say these vaccines ain't safe. Well, guess what? I'll tell you how 50 years ago when they was working on it, how it wasn't safe and why it took so long. I can tell you why. Because the shit was causing inflammation in animals. Inflammation can literally kill you. Shit swell up and you can die. And they was trying to figure out why is it causing inflammation. They figured it out. They had to switch. They had to use chemistry and switch some chemicals. They had to switch them around. They took out the uridine and replaced it with the pseudouridine. And when they replaced it with the pseudouridine, it made the shit more robust. So not only did it no longer cause inflammation, it actually worked better. After they fixed that, they was like, man, we can use it. In case you don't know what mRNA is, mRNA is, it's really a molecule that's really that's really in charge of all types of functions in our body, right? So the medicine is cutting edge. So what was their next problem? Now, how could they get the mRNA into the body? Every time they try to put it in, the body would attack it, would attack the mRNA and break it down before it could get to the cell. Watch this. How did they fix that? They used the nanoparticle. This scientist took some oil, put the molecule inside the oil, right? Put it inside the fucking oil and tried to make it work, and it didn't work. He tried it thousands of times. He finally got that breakthrough. Once he got that breakthrough, they was ready to roll. So when this pandemic came up, though, guess how long it took them to put the vaccine together? I bet y'all can't guess. Guess how long, yo?
Said when they made this one?
Yeah, this one. How long you think it took them to make it?
Shit, didn't they say like 8 months?
Nah, nigga. Once they mapped the genome, it took them 48 hours.
No. Oh, that sounds scary.
48 hours, yo.
Slow it down, because they don't understand the technology. They already had the data. They already had what was in place. What they didn't have is a sequenced virus to add to, which means they needed the genome map in order to go into production. They had everything, the lipid nanoparticles, which would contain the messenger to get it to where it needed to go in the cell, but they didn't have an actual virus, or they didn't have the sequence of the virus. So they couldn't test it. They didn't have nothing to test it against.
Right.
And in order to test it, the first thing that they did was they modified mice. They made it susceptible to being infected with the virus. So when they made these white mice, or modified white mice, they tested it against them. When they tested it against the white mice, they then dissected the white mice, right, to see if it did anything internally. And then they continued to test. And then they brought in non-human primates. And when they did, that's the closest thing to humans. You know what I'm saying? They tested against them. Then they realized, okay, let's tweak something in the non-human primates that wasn't in the mice to do what we needed to do. And then they figured that out. Now, the only reason that we know that is because they had some data slip out to the media that was supposed to be published. And we knew about the non-human primate tweakage that they were doing to let us know that they were working on it. By the time they got that perfected in the non-human primate, they continued mice, non-human primate, ferrets, hamsters, and it's another animal that I'm forgetting off the top of my head. And then they enrolled the first volunteered humans, 10 people. 10 people Moderna, 10 people Pfizer. Johnson & Johnson wasn't even in play yet. They both had small studies. They vaccinated those people. They were the very first people, and that occurred in March 2020. March 2020, they got it. They looked for safety and effectiveness in those humans. And then once they got the safety data and the effectiveness data, they moved to phase 1-2, which would include more humans. And then they got the safety data, the effectiveness data. They got the side effects. They knew the side effects. They were charting this stuff down. They were seeing reactions. And then then they went into a phase 2 where it took a few more months. And then they got into the phase 3 enrollments while they were in phase 2. And then they began to get cute with the test. They began to add people with comorbidities. That's one or more diseases. So people with diabetes, high blood pressure, people HIV. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. They began to add those people. They got cute with the test. They wanted to see, especially with the HIV people, if they can mount an immune response against COVID-19, since HIV is very good at escaping. So then we come down the pipeline to phase 3. We get the phase 3 data back. That's how we come up with the efficacy rate, along with the safety data. And the first thing they do is they put it to a board test for Pfizer, and then 10 days later with Moderna at the end of the year. All the while still gathering the facts. When they put it to safety data, a panel of 16 people voted on it. The top in the United States voted on it because they went based off the science and based off all the studies that they had involved in that. And then they gave it to they gave it to people who was frontlining the whole COVID battle. So this whole notion of, I don't want to be the first, black people, we don't want to be the first people to get it. Shoot, they already had 100 and by the time Johnson & Johnson rolled around, they had over 120 or 30 some or 40 some thousand people already wrapped up in these trials. And then on top of that, they did all the frontline workers. They vaccinated them. So why would they vaccinate the frontline workers and then turn around and it's gonna kill us, or it's gonna do something crazy to us?
Don't forget the army.
Yeah.
Go ahead and vaccinate your only protection against the Russians and the Japanese while you're at it. Just kill our army. Kill them niggas. The United States can't protect itself. Do that.
Right. So then we had, not only did we have the phase 3 data and all the people included in those studies, we got the frontline workers before it ever became, before we could ever be eligible to even get it. And when we got eligible, it was right after the elderly people. If something was going to happen to the elderly people, the elderly people should have been falling. But here's what happened, bro. The elderly people were dying. Yeah, they were getting clipped, but other people started getting clipped. And then they started seeing people under 50 start dying. So like, nah, this is affecting more than just elderly people. This is doing it on all levels. And we're talking January. By the time we get to March, after they done rolled out the vaccination program, less elderly people began to stop showing up at the hospital. It was less people in March of this year, 2021. It was less people in the hospital. Now the tide had turned. It was on the younger people below 50 years and older, that was becoming more hospitalized. And as the vaccines rolled out to late April, early May, this is when me and Ankh skipped the line.
Yeah, we skipped the line. We started cheating.
This is when the whole tide changed. Now we're talking this year. So now the people that's winding up in the hospital, it ain't the elderly. It's the majority of the people that's 30, 20, in their teens. You still got 40s, you still got 50s, you got less people over the age of 60 to 69, 70 to 79, and 80 to 85. So now we get closer to the end of the year. Now we get, Delta emerges. Delta presents a new challenge for vaccines. Why? Because the Delta variant, and I don't know if y'all know anything about variants, but basically it's a mutation, and anytime a virus mutates and adapts, a new variant can emerge. The variant can be either weaker than the previous strand or stronger than the previous, I said strand, but variant. All right, which is pretty much the same thing in the biology literature, but they don't have a consensus on the word strand and variant. So when Delta emerged, they noticed in the spike protein during the receptor binding domain, which would look like if you're, and I'm gonna use this analogy so you can kind of understand what I'm saying. If you hold your elbow up in a 90-degree angle, from your wrist to your elbow would be the receptor binding domain. Your fingers would be the spike protein. In the receptor binding domain, they noticed the protein was different and that it was showing a different type of receptor right there, just a little slightly different mutation. That's the word. That was different from the UK strand and I mean variant and all the other variants. That difference in the mutation made Delta have the ability to be able to escape certain parts of the immune system. With that happening, you're going to see some breakthrough infections. So that's what the science began to be centered around. As I said earlier in the conversation, they were already vaccinating against every other variant, but they began to get more data out of that. Long story short, they know what they're dealing with before they're dealing with it. Because Mu, a different variant, has not become the dominant variant because Delta is still handling business. But what still exists? The original variant from Wuhan, that emerged coming out of Wuhan. Alpha, beta, theta, lambda, all of those still exist. Those other variants didn't go nowhere. They're not obsolete. They're just less infectious because the vaccines are working that well. Now, the reason that we know that they still exist, because we know a lady died, she had both variants in her body. When they checked her and did all the swabbing and testing and all of that, she had the Delta and Alpha in her. These viruses these other different variants ain't went nowhere. The protection is just that good in the vaccines. So we have to understand that we either get vaccinated to prevent death and hospitalization and protect and be smart, or we have to deal with natural infection, which may lead to hospitalization and death and potentially long COVID and long-term healthcare issues. Now that I said that word, I want to insert this into the equation. When people get vaccinated, they know within the first 45 days if you're going to have long-term conditions from a vaccine. It has been that way since vaccinations have rolled out. Ankh like to use 200 years. It's been that way. And as stated earlier, when someone said, yeah, we got vaccinated 30 years ago, you ain't went back to the hospital for a vaccination you had 30 years ago, and they were more lethal. Because 30 years ago, the technology wasn't where it is today, or science. Meaning that they were using certain ingredients and parts of the virus, a weakened strand of the virus that was really poisonous to the body. But it's less people complaining about that than they are about this, which doesn't contain no part of the virus in the mRNA vaccines. And don't have the eggs in it that people complained about. The fetal cells in the mRNA vaccines, they don't have none of that. Johnson & Johnson does contain fetal cells, but no egg. But people just go all up in arms about what they want to argue about right here. Now it's 2,000 people dying a day. The vaccine prevents that death, but we still have people that ain't doing it. We just had an anti-vaxxer in Hawaii who ran a whole campaign, end up hospitalized. He said that he no longer is against vaccinations. He is a vaccine promoter. And on top of that, he shut down his whole campaign and told everybody in his campaign to go get vaccinated. The craziness. He ain't the only one. The unvaccinated people that were promoting this propaganda on radio shows all over America. It's like 16 or 17 prominent people in these major cities. They all died.
Yeah.
I'm listening and learning, just like everybody else. We got to shut it down this past 3 hours, but I want to thank y'all brothers for dropping the jewels on us. And,
yeah, I appreciate that, yo.
It started off a little rocky, then we got
of course
tread. So the listeners could hear information and so they could do their own research and weigh what they're gonna think. So I just want to thank y'all, brother Joe. Do me a favor. Y'all gotta come back. Y'all gotta give us like a monthly review on Corona. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That would be cool. And then we can monitor it ourselves.
Yeah, we got you, man. Like I said, I'm not promoting anybody to take a daggone shot. I'm promoting your ability to be able to actually make an informed decision. I think that's, because we do got a right to choose, man. Who am I? What I can't stand is the disinformation. Disinformation is different from misinformation. All right, and so and I just want y'all to know, yo, that's all I'm doing, man. I'm not gonna let y'all get the wrong shit, and I'm not gonna tell you what to do with your body. But I'm not gonna, I fucks with you, Rebel. Come on, yo. Like all jokes aside, yo. You know what I mean? I fucks with you.
No doubt.
And I know you got family, kids, wives. Man, we living in this motherfucker, yo. So I'm not, and I'm serious about what I do, yo. One thing you say about me, I ain't changed. I'm dedicated to that shit all the way. I never waver, yo. So if I say, yo, I'm not trying to make you get a shot, I just don't want you not to take a shot based off of some crazy white people, yo. That's the travesty, yo, that we claim to be fighting against that, but yet we use whacked out white people with no credentials. They did, look, this is how sick white people is, yo. They put on a white coat, yo, and do a YouTube video, yo. You be like, nigga, where you work at? Like, can I see a degree? What the?
It's a crazy subject. It's
so
complicated.
A crazy subject.
The info go back and forth. Nobody knows what's up. That's why we got to keep. Now we can take this subject more serious. Now we got to study this for real.
John started picking up. See, you know what John did, yo? John said, "Fuck that shit. Them niggas talking. I'm gonna read some real shit." See, when a nigga do that, see, John, when you do that, John, I know you on your road to recovery because you're gonna start reading that shit and say, "Dang," because every time you read something, say, "Yeah, but vaccines are safe and effective." So you can't cherry pick the information now.
Yes,
you feel me? They being honest as possible. Rebel, I appreciate this opportunity, bro. I knew we was gonna start off rocky.
Me
you know
too.
what I'm saying? I knew it was good. I knew it.
Your man. Let it go. Let the way.
Yeah. I knew it was. Your man phone need to get better. What you gonna need to get a better phone?
Nah, we gonna link in more. Plus, we probably see each other in real time soon.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to come back around. I know you, and you pops in and pops out, boy. That's what you do.
I'm everywhere at this point.
Yeah, you is. So I appreciate you, brother.
Yo,
I know
real
y'all
quick,
got family, yo.
Real quick, before you do that. So, Reb, I think everybody on the panel, right? I think all of y'all in Atlanta, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I tell y'all what, since every last one of y'all in Atlanta, I think maybe a face-to-face where we could build on this. You know what I'm saying? And you can stream it from wherever you want to stream it from or whatever.
Yes, sir.
But maybe we might need to do that, like a live Q&A from the spot.
You know, I can go right to the store, yo.
Yeah, we can right from the spot. We might, you know what I'm saying? I can come down there on a Saturday or something like that. We Q&A it up and we build, because that means they had time to do a little bit more reading or research, and then they can bring they can bring something to the table that we might need to build on in a Q&A setting, because if we're face to face and we're talking, it's a different tone. We're not as aggressive with one another As it is here, we might not overtalk each other in a setting because we grown men, we can actually see each other face to face and be like, man, he ain't no threat to me. I ain't no threat to him. You know what I'm saying? Like what the deal is. And we can hash it out in a different, you know, face to face because I'm serious. They gonna have more questions. You know what I'm saying? It's just rightfully so.
You're about to do some homework.
Yeah, you got to. Homework. But my whole thing is to promote that because that at that point, that's when people learn it.
Well, we truth seekers, so we're not just gonna be biased because you know the history of the white man and black man and the non-trust. Now we go off facts and figures. So
and Rebel
can learn or peep the truth from, you know, vaccine bad, vaccine good, we'll be repping it.
Right. But you made a great point.
Do the math, you know, and understand it ourselves.
You made a great point. The history of us and the white man.
Yeah.
Hey, John, what's your damn problem, man? You know you like to read, man. What the hell you doing?
Hey, you see me?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see.
Man, come through.
No doubt.
Yeah, we seen you put the book up.
Y'all info real quick.
I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
Chronology of Human Evolution.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I know you like to read, yo.
Yes, sir. I met you, I think it was 14th, like 2019, you out here in Atlanta. I picked up your bro. But yeah, I'm a supporter of you, you know. I like what you're doing. I respect you, my brother.
Yeah, I ain't gonna have you out there, yo. I want you to be around for your babies, yo. I don't want you to make a mistake and look up and say, damn, I'm fucking around with a vaccine. Think about it, yo. Why y'all think we back at work now, yo? Because coronavirus is officially a vaccine preventable disease, yo. Smallpox is a vaccine preventable disease. Yellow fever, measles and mumps, yo, they ain't went nowhere, yo. Right now, if we listen to everybody in the black community and don't take no more vaccinations, yo, we'll get decimated by all them diseases, yo. They ain't went nowhere, yo. Guess what? Y'all could just look that up. Y'all could eradicate it don't mean disappeared off the planet Earth. It means that the cases are so low, right? That they ain't even registering. Yellow fever, a fucking smallpox, all that shit ain't gone away. Yo, measles, mumps. Matter of fact, you know, in New York, they had that outbreak. When that community that wasn't vaccinated, Israel came over, the Acidic community, that shit broke out. And they had to make them niggas get that shit. You don't hear about it no more, do you? But the shit went back down again. Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna do the math. But yo, everybody go subscribe to Science Shawn. Matter of fact, give y'all info out. Y'all got it.
Oh yeah, man. So I'm actually a member of the Mossy Warrior Clan, man. So you could check that out on the YouTube. We deal with West African history, culture, traditions. You know, we get into what we call Kimoyo, but you might know it as African traditional religions and stuff like that. We deal with all of that on the Mossy Warrior Clan channel. Also, Kofi Pi-Side Research Team. We drop our 4th book tomorrow. So we got a show that's going to be on the Mossy Warrior Clan tomorrow. Dealing with Spearmasters, which is a historical survey of the minds of African warrior scholars. I'm gonna put the book on the screen. This is the book. It drops tomorrow. Spearmasters. It's volume 4, right there. This is the 4th edition. You know what I'm saying? We got volume 3 right here. You know what I mean? They call this right here spiritual combat. You know, Brother Kofi, you know what I'm saying? Beautiful lessons of Kimoyo right here. You know, I got from cocaine to consciousness. You know what I'm saying? This is by me right here, from cocaine to consciousness. You know, I tell my story on how I got to the conscious community, summarized really in this, you know what I'm saying? You know, of course, I got more work. We got our very first volume right here, right there. You know what I'm saying? Ankh in this book right here. You know, he in this book, he think it's for with the hardest in that book. You know,
my shit be hard, nigga. I start some bitches off pop.
Yeah, this volume 2 right here. So not only is, and I'm not saying this to boast or brag, but we actually do the research so that we could put publications out, man, to actually help our people, to help in the development of our people. And you know, I got a book coming out. It's called What SARS-CoV-2 Taught Me. And in that book, right, and I talk about some of the stuff that has been brought up. You know what I'm saying? Ankh in that book too. And that book is gonna drop in 2 weeks. I'm waiting on the author's copy. The author's copy should be in my hand within the next few days, maybe when I return, and hopefully it's here. And we're gonna get into that. But that's not it though. You know, the Mossy, because you heard me say the Mossy, Killmonger's Corner, right here. 2 volumes of that. You know what I'm saying? This brother Black Panther. Y'all should know him. He out of Atlanta. RBG, you see the colors? Ain't no hiding it, bro. Ain't no hiding it, ladies and gentlemen. Red, black, and green on the book, so we represent all the way. So yeah, we in the same fight. No matter our differences, we still fighting for Pan-Africanism. You know, we got children's books. Me and Kofi. I got One Night Before Bed, tell a little story about, you know, kid going through the whole ring and stuff, learning stuff about Africa and the whole nine. Kofi, here's his Kalawat's trip to the motherland. You know what I'm saying? It's for, like, you know, a little girl tell her story, going through the motherland and the whole nine. So yeah, we all over it. You know?
We already know I'm in Raw Squad.
Yeah.
Intellectual property over pseudoism all day.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so yeah, I'm a Raw Squad, my fan warrior, pseudo killers.
Man, I still got my feet. I ain't wear it like that.
Yeah, I know you did. I'm gonna never pay you. Good. So yeah, I'm you know what I'm saying? I pseudo killers, man. I'm a fan warrior. I'm a Raw Squad official, man. I ain't gonna break out all the fucking books we published under the banner. I'm a Raw Squad and all that. Man, I ain't gonna do that to y'all. But pseudo killers, man, a little more younger group, dedicated atheists. We don't believe none of that shit. Scientific literacy all day. All the groups of scientific literacy, yo. And you know, we actually producing literature. We actually doing the work. You know, Dr. Oyama Yacht, man, she got the program for the ladies, for the young ladies, right? Scientific literacy, right? She's actually a professor at Morgan State University. So we really, you know, and the thing about it, yo, we all been through the streets though, right? You looking at me in transition, bro. Like when y'all see me, y'all see a nigga that was in the street for real. And everybody say that shit, but damn, I got the gun wound through. You know what I'm saying? I meant that shit. It was ignorance at an all-time high, right? And so the reason I get so crazy, right? Because I'm just trying to give back what I took out the community. I flooded the community on Baltimore, Maryland. So when y'all see me, you see me just trying to give back, yo. Like I never turn my back on the red, black, and green, yo. Never. It's that like I make that's how I get my money. I sell the culture. You know what I'm saying? Rebel know it. Reb know, right? So you know we do this for the people, and we ain't trying to tell nobody what to do. Come on, yo, we grown, yo. You know what I'm saying, man? Eat right, exercise, get your sleep right, man, and just make an informed decision. Because like I was about to say, man, we all got kids, yo. Right? At the end of the day, you can be mad as a motherfucker if you find yourself in a fucking hospital or fucked up for 10, 15 days for no reason. Right? You're gonna be mad as shit if your dick ain't getting hard no more. You're gonna say, damn, yo. You're gonna be mad at yourself. Right? You're gonna be like, that's wild shit. And then you're gonna be mad and say, yo, but it was only a vaccine. Who did that? Then you're gonna realize how cunning and baffling crazy white people can be. See, I know how crazy they is. They sick, yo. I looked at white people in the face in New York. Let me end it with this. Was you there, Rebel?
Which one?
Yeah, in Harlem.
At that debate? Nah, I didn't get to get there, but I was there on the live stream.
Yeah, so I'm in Harlem. These white people was sick, yo. It was actually crazy.
And guess what was there? I forgot. So many spots. I was in the building.
You was in the building, yo. Did you not know Corona was in the building, yo? You remember I told the white people? I said, yo, it's not a matter of if, another virus is coming through. It's a matter of when. They looked at me like I was crazy. You best believe.
Like I said, it's so complicated. Nobody trusts nothing. We like stray dogs with a stranger trying to feed us. We like, argh. So, you know, we just got to keep doing the research. I got it.
You got it. Okay.
We're going to do more research and see if we could combine and connect and be on the right side of this.
Yeah, y'all cool. Y'all doing the right thing now. You did the right thing now, yo. By going against your conventional wisdom to fuck with us on this.
Well, you know, we got layers up here, so, you know, we can lean on things. It's all good. Everybody go to abjuwear.com. Yo, those slips is fire, too.
The what?
Oh,
yeah, they fire, yo. I got you, yo. Hey, put the order in, I'm going to send you 2 pairs, yo.
Nice.
For your girl, I'm gonna send her 2. You get 1, I'm gonna send you 2. You know how we do it,
Yo, thanks for blessing the platform, man. Science Shawn, YouTube that. Go subscribe. I'm in Raw Squad. Put in everything that come up. Mossy Clan.
Pseudo Killers.
Pseudo Killers. Don't forget about them. But now I just want to thank y'all for coming through, man. You gotta come back once a month, man. We do this.
Coming back, we got y'all.
Refreshing ourselves.
Yep, got you, yo. Tell everybody next time bring their sources. I like to read the shit a nigga reading me. I like to critique it.
We got prepared a little late for this. I will admit that. You know, because whatever happened. But nah, I still think it was good. This is complicated and new. It's going to cause a fight. The chaos is the big answer to this.
Yeah.
It's that complicated. So y'all did your thing, though. So I appreciate that. And I think a lot of people learned from what y'all bought. A few technical difficulties in the beginning, but it's all good.
Yeah. What's calling him crazy? He need to get a better internet. So he think I'm on him. I'm just saying his internet was crazy. It wasn't him. Because his internet was crazy.
Yeah, we gonna fix that too.
Fix that, yo.
Yeah, so it'll all be smooth. By the next time y'all come, it'll all be on another set. Everything will be all lined up, sharing, live stream, Instagram.
Okay.
Connect that shit real soon.
I know how you do, yo.
It's another episode of Rebels Roundtable, man. Salute to the gods.
Peace, yo. Thanks, yo, for having us too, yo.
All right, so that was a live discussion. For people who was like, is this live? Is this live? Is this live? Yo, that was the whole discussion. Y'all didn't catch the earlier part of it, the introduction and all of that stuff, because it was a little different, but you know what I'm saying? We was live, yo. What up, man? Yeah, I got the whole thing. Yeah. All right. I had to mute that out. I ain't need that. So Uncle on his way in here real quick. We're gonna have a conversation for you know everybody, you know what I'm saying? So look, Rebel, you the first person I'm gonna say this to, because usually when I go on platforms, I don't even want to go back. You know what I'm saying? Because it get rocky, and then people we arguing over stupid stuff, and we never get to the point of addressing things. But your demeanor, I appreciate it and respect it. Rebel, I do. I think you did a good job of, you know what I'm saying, letting it hash out. I will come back on your stuff before I go back on any other platform Uncle Slick drug me into. I will say that. You know what I mean? Jefferson said it was crazy at first. They was trying to take y'all heads off. Yeah, it's a fact. They was. I mean, just the line of questioning was a little unstudied. The Queen of Nubia, peace to you. Peace to you. Please subscribe to the channel if you already haven't. But I think that as the noise got less, we were able to really just get on one accord with the brothers and build.
Yeah, Rebel to build, yo. John and they builders, yo.
Yeah. John began to start reading. The more the conversation began to slow down a little bit, and the back and forth. Like really, the first brother that started talking first, he had more contention, and him and the other brother, the two that just wouldn't be, they had more contention than anything. So it was more, malice directed at us coming from them because they were just so anti. They was anti whatever. They wasn't even listening to themselves. And it was obvious, you know what I'm saying? While the other brothers, because it was 8 of them. Listen, y'all didn't know. It was like 8 of them on the panel, and only me and Ankh. So it may have seemed like we was trying to like direct the conversation, but hell, we can't let 8 people speak, and then we come back and have to deal with 8 different claims. We ain't gonna get nowhere, and it's supposed to be recorded and for the people. So when I asked the brother, is this on YouTube or anywhere like that, and he told me no, then I had to strike up the ban. That's why I titled it the way that I actually did, and I need to go and fix that. But it is what it is. So what you think, Ankh?
I thought the ending, I think it got productive. After, I mean, at a certain point, you realize that you don't got enough. And you realize that you just over your head. But Rebel was gonna always show us respect and love. Like that's what he do, yo. He about really getting to it. John, they got some out books. He showed you. So, I had them on my side. And matter of fact, all of them watch us. And so sometimes some people just want to get you because you Ankh. You know what I'm saying? Get you because you Shawn. I finally got a chance to get them niggas. So that's what the first 2 was. They were just trying to finally get their chance, they big opportunity, right? So once we got that out the way, once we calmed that down, everybody recognized, yo, that we just trying to get to it. It just was very productive, yo. I mean, you had the great sources. Yeah, I think we got some of these sources, and I guess the best part of the day for me was Shawn start really, I mean, my fault when John start really pulling out those legitimate sources. I was like, yeah, let's read it 4 or 5 times. Let's define some of the words. And then he was like, damn. Right? Remember the source he read? Yeah, I said, define that word, what that word means. There you go.
And I think a lot of times, I think a lot of times they skip over the words like that when they reading it real quick because they're looking for fault in the research, and they're not looking at it. They're not looking at it to answer the question. They're looking at it for fault.
So, you hitting it right in the nose. Hit it right straight in the nose, and so after we got past that, it was smooth. He said, bro, come on once a month up and just give him something. And I think that's fair, yo. That at least that he see enough in the truth, right, to go against what they think is right. And with that, yo, I salute. Salute the rubber, yo. Salute to that. That's, that's love right there, yo. Yeah, I think that was real. It was real positive.
DeMar said, Shawn, you was mad at first. Nah, I wasn't really mad. I wasn't mad. Trust me, I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I was more frustrated because I get real frustrated quickly when it becomes the ignorance. Like when I know that you're intentionally being ignorant on the subject matter and like you have no command of the conversation, because then it puts us at odds immediately because you're saying that you're trying to do something for the people, and then here it is, you're introducing misinformation to the people. Like that shouldn't even be the case. Like it was the intentional stuff. Old boy wanted to come out and he wanted to talk about theirs, and then he wanted to talk about Guillain-Barré syndrome, right? He wanted to deal with those things, and then he wanted to say he had more. But what he was unaware of, or what he didn't want to allude to, was the amount of reported cases. He was just trying to say, well, look, this is causing this. But did you even look to see if this happened in the real world and how often it occurred? Before a COVID, it was 6,000 per year.
Yeah, I don't even think we got. I don't think we really got to clear that. I did hear you say the real world.
Yeah.
You did say real world, but I don't think I didn't get when you said it. Like, do you know this disease actually occurs in the world before taking a COVID vaccine? That's how I probably will put it next time, because y'all acting like that shit, just like the bells palsy. This should have happened already before vaccine out there, yo. So y'all tripping.
So I put this right here on the screen, but I don't think you was looking at that time because people in the Zoom, they couldn't see it. But hold on, let me share. And what I was trying to do was get him to see how natural this is. What he's arguing about is something that actually really occurred. Guillain-Barré syndrome is the most common cause of sudden onset paralysis in the developed world, causing more than 6,000 hospitalizations each year in the United States alone. Each year, GBS is estimated to affect about 1 in 2 people per every 100,000 living in the US or Europe. So we sitting here and we dealing with something that is common.
That's why it's not a problem.
Right. So
this ain't occurring more in the vaccinated than it is in the regular population.
Because you only get 201 people. You only got 201 reported cases in the vaccinated people, and that's out of 180 million. And we just sit here and say one or two people in every 100,000.
Yeah, it's deep. It
And
just
that's
a
the
slow
world
down conversation, man. That's that high level conversation can't have the rhetoric in between that, yo. Like, that's why I say, yo, go ahead, let them talk, let them burn themselves out like they did, and then let's come behind them. Because look, yeah, I can't that back and forth like that. That ain't right.
I was taking notes. I couldn't keep up with everything. Like Shabazz said, they created the vaccine to kill people. We ain't addressed that. Then he brought up document 200 with Kissinger global population. That's been knocked out of the park.
I ignored that.
He said it's like AIDS. He said the virus is like AIDS and they got patented on it. We ain't deal with that. He says he don't have anything. I put what they got. He didn't say anything. He brought up Tuskegee. We didn't get him to explain that. He said food is the best vaccine, and then he blamed everything on the white man, which is the devil.
You know when we had him though, when he talked about the Native Americans, how they gave him smallpox.
Yeah.
I said, yo, we had the herbs though, yo.
The link to what?
Huh?
Nah, I'm asking somebody in the chat.
I said they had the herbs, yo. Like, why ain't work? Why the herbs ain't work? Why they get decimated? They got wiped out. Then he said, yo, because their immune system wasn't ready. I said, you don't believe in evolution, yo. Don't do it. Don't do it, yo. I don't want to hear about no new world, old world and new world immunity. I don't want to hear nothing about that. Don't talk to me about that. Shabazz. Yeah, it's funny, yo. So now I thought it was productive. Yo. I'm gonna go back and look at it. But that nigga was crazy in the beginning. Yeah, man, it was crazy.
Yeah, and then he didn't want to deal. He wanted to go to the CDC, but he didn't want to deal with the CDC data. That was kind of odd for me, and I mean only because people was looking. I mean, you want to define these things for the onlookers so they can know what an adverse effect really is, because you'll have people thinking because they got a temperature that's an adverse effect. That ain't no damn adverse effect. That's a side effect. It ain't adverse.
Yeah, I don't even know why you was asking them questions. That shit ain't fair, yo. You know damn well it ain't fair.
Well, it's because they didn't really know.
You know damn well that shit ain't fair.
It ain't got nothing to do with them. I just think that some of them don't really know. Not all. I'm not gonna say
Shawn cheating. Shawn, you know that's cheating. You know, ask that man about the adverse. What is that? You know damn well I ain't know. Explain that shit. They ain't know what the disease and infection was. Hmm?
Yeah, I know. I knew. There was a problem when I went back and I said COVID. When I said the virus and stuff like that, like there's a difference between that.
I don't expect them to get that. Yeah, I don't expect nobody to get that at all. I never do. I don't expect that because that's. Come on, yo. We the only nerds in town on that shit. If I'm a nerd, you're a double nerd.
John was trying to fight me on the John was trying to fight me on the breakthrough. He was serious.
On the breakthrough, I missed that.
Yeah, not the breakthrough. Booster.
Oh yeah, you boosted him up out of there.
Yeah, he was trying to fight me on the booster. I'm like, I kind of knew he didn't know. You know what I'm saying?
You went to the World Health.
Dismiss his source. I wasn't trying to dismiss his source, but that's how fast science changed. He kept talking about August.
Like, bro, did he read that shit? Then he read it, and I was like, yo, why would you read it, John? It kind of supports John. It's a word you missing right here, yo. I've done it before. But I mean, they was cool, and then it was a good.
Yeah, I ain't had no problem with John. I wasn't gonna disrespect his wife or nothing like that either.
Nah, I wasn't gonna mess with his wife. She
off
limits.
Yeah, she off limits.
She off limits.
Because it's stuff that she's saying that they skewing stuff and all of that. And I would challenge her on that information because hospitals can lose a whole lot behind that claim. And you really don't need a hospital, and you're a nurse, and we know for a fact that your information is limited because there's jargon and things of that nature that we know from nurses that some doctors didn't even know. And we already know that because we've been on the panel with doctors and doctors telling us that the nurses don't know. And we know how many people who claim to be nurses dealing with COVID-19 be making certain type of statements and things of that nature. Not saying that she does. I'm just speaking in general. But we also know the nurses promote stuff. So she's saying that the information is skewed. She has to then prove that.
All right, man. I'm out of here, man.
I already hear you.
Yeah, it was a good one though, yo. We got it all in. Hit the refresh button for tomorrow. Tomorrow Friday. What's tomorrow? What we got?
Tomorrow we have the release party.
What time? I'm gonna speak first. I'm going first, yo.
Chill is the host, and I don't care who speaks first. Ain't got nothing to do with me.
I need to go first. I need to get out of there. I need to say 5 minutes and read the damn book. And where that COVID book at, Shawn?
Yep, the COVID book will be out when I get the copy, the author's copy. Oh, yeah. And I had to wait on the author's copy because you took forever writing the forward.
I did, but I was trying to slow you down. I'm booked to death.
I gotta get my books out the way. I got certain things I'm trying to do.
I gotta get them out of the way. Yeah, I'm slow riding mine, bro. I'm slow riding. I'm gonna get it when it comes. All right, man. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go back and look at the rewind. Let's go look at it all day tomorrow. All right. Peace, everybody, man.
I put all the sources, the source that I showed on the screen. I think they're in the description of the video. So I just took my time to put those sources in the description. The only source I didn't put in there is that fake news website source, but I did put the fact checker. I did put the fact checking stuff on there. I think our brother God Body or Boy God, whatever his name is, he kind of didn't like the fact checking sites. He trying to challenge the validity of them. But that's a fight that he has to take up with that proves the argument wrong. You can't make a claim that's unscientific and then want somebody to use a scientific study to really knock the claim out of here when you don't have to use it. You don't have to use a scientific study in every case in an argument to do something. Now, if this was on a scholastic setting and you're having a debate, then we can go. But these brothers, you know what I'm saying? And this has nothing to do with them. These brothers aren't reading cohort studies. These brothers these brothers don't know what double-blind placebo trial. They don't know anything about this trial data. They don't know, you know, most of these major science publications. They don't have time for that. You know what I'm saying? They're not getting the information from expert epidemiologists, immunologists, or virologists. John posed the thing saying that he was Pan-African. He worried about the rest of the world, like no one else is when he made that statement, because he's saying the WHO determines what goes on. The WHO does not determine what goes on. Governmental bodies in each part of this country have the right to say what can and can't be distributed amongst their populations, their countries. And people need to take that into effect and account. But it ended up being a better conversation in the second half of the that thing for a while. It ended up being a better conversation in the second half of it than in the first half of it. And absolutely, the rewind is going to tell a whole lot about everybody. So we just have to stick to what we need to stick to. Damani got a new CD out. Yeah, let me go on and get that, because I already know what's on here. Yeah, Burnout. I gotta hear that. So it is what it is right there at that point. And we just need to, you know, we need to keep being literate, scientifically literate. We need to keep doing all the studying and all the things. It's not a one-person, two-person job. It's teams win. What you talking about? You want unsubscribe? Oh, y'all going over there with that. Oh, you talking about over there on that dude channel or whatever, unsubscribe from? Or you just joking? But anyway, man, I'm not going to hold y'all up, man. It's 12:35. We've been rocking out. And I know we're going to go for a little bit tomorrow during the book release party on the Mossy Warrior Clan YouTube channel. If you're not subscribed to the Mossy, you need to get there. Because we will be turning up tomorrow on the Mossy. And we will be rocking out. And we will be making things happen. Like we always do. Here go the link to the Mossy. Oh, yeah. Oh, you talking about hearing the start of the show? Oh, yeah. Nah, you need to hear the start of the show in order to catch the end of the show. But because it's so long, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But nah, I'm not going to hold y'all up, man. I appreciate everybody tuning in. I'm about to brand the end of this show. And I see y'all when I see y'all.
to KofiPaisaTV.com and get Spears of the Mossy Volume 1 by Kofi Paisa Research Team, From Spears to Pen Volume 2 by Kofi Paisa Research Team, Spiritual Combat Volume 3 by Kofi Paisa Research Team, One Night Before Bed by Any Harret Shawn Calfunny, Kalawa's Trip to the Motherland by Kofi Paisa, From Cocaine to Consciousness by Any Harret Shawn Calfunny, As I Learned, We All Learn by Kofi Paisa. Also, if you want fresh merch, go to our online store, Family Connect Apparel, and get all the brands. Also, get our 54 deck of quiz and educational cards available